celebrities make deals behind closed doors. Promises broken, and their income soars. Hidden agendas run the grand parade. In the circus, choose a masquerade. Believe me, I wouldn't lie. I've been given money, power, and fame to keep you in line. Television screens bright and loud, sell you dreams, make you proud. Pop the bubble, see the cage you're in. Start the revolution, let the truth begin. Wake up, they're feeding lies. Control the media's got you hypnotized. Trust authority, they'll take your soul. Break the chains, find your own control. Wake up.
Hello, everyone. We are here, and hopefully Tareyak joins us in a little bit. We're going to be talking about the robots are here. The robots have joined us, and it's pretty much over for, I think, humanity at this point. So, I mean, it was a good time. We had a nice run. We had, I don't know, we felt useful for a while there. For a good while, we were useful, but now we're not. So, hey, Daemon, what do you think?
Hello. Yeah, I saw the comments. We should say Tareyak's name 3 times. Get it to come. I saw Beetlejuice 2. Awesome film.
Oh, really? Cool.
Really
I
good
did not.
follow-up to the first. Yeah.
Cool.
Really good follow-up to the first. They handled the little the guy who played the father?
Yeah.
You know his history, what happened with him. So they handled that really well in the new film, like not wanting to give credit to the actor, but also putting him in the film anyway. They killed him off in a pretty brutal way, unnecessarily savage, but they did it really well.
So was the actor in it, or just like alluding to him?
No, the only time you actually see a likeness of him is like an engraving of him in this kind of glass thing. He has like a glass headstone, and there's like a little engraving. Even when they show you what happens to him, they do it in like a kind of stop motion animation thing. Like it looks kind of like claymation almost. And that's how he appears in the film most of the time, apart from that one little photograph. So they do it really well. And like you can see that it's like unnecessarily graphic the way they kill him off. Almost in a way like, yeah, he was a piece of shit. But at the same time, they handle a story that he's involved in quite respectfully, because it's almost like it wasn't the character that was bad, it was the actor. So yeah. Good film. Really good film. Okay. A bit of a kind of stupidly long kind of musical bit at the end, which it could have done without. But other than that, yeah, really good. Robots though.
Huh?
Robots though.
Yes, robots. But
is
like,
that what you want to talk about today? AI and stuff.
Yeah, because I want to show you guys, or you, because Tarek's not here yet, the Tesla robot debut. It's very dystopian. I'm very terrified. Anyways, but let's just look at a little bit of it. I found a bunch of clips, so we have to go through them so we get an idea of what happened. Okay, let's see. Actually, let me take the sound off because we don't need the sound and I don't want to get any problems. And it's just like, look at this guy.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks, I don't think this is what they're going to look like. This is just like maybe a prototype or something. And it walks really weird and it's creepy. And I don't like it. And I don't like it. They did kind of make it look like the iRobot stuff. Look at that.
Yeah, and that's not really that impressive. Like the Boston Dynamics have been doing robots for shitloads longer. They got one that could do backflips and everything. It can do gymnastics and all kinds of shit.
Well, let me show you guys another one. Where is it? Here we go.
Autonomous transport will
I mean, this is a weird thing though, like for Tesla, let's be honest, because we know one of the biggest people who's against AI is Elon Musk.
I mean,
So
he says that and then he does all this AI stuff.
well,
I
no,
don't.
I mean, what he's the thing is that AI is quite a big misnomer because, like, the AI that he's for isn't really artificial intelligence as we all kind of always thought of it in this kind of dystopian future way. Like that type of artificial intelligence, like literally that can think for itself, doesn't need commands, can choose to reject commands if it wants,
Mm-hmm.
and it is literally self-aware, which we always thought was a kind of like unachievable thing. We know the whole kind of dystopian future of what could happen if that existed. The kind of AI that he's really for is just it's not. It's just kind of like it's just something very easy to control with voice commands that's going to kind of throw up answers at you. It's basically voice command Google. That's all it is. And like put it in a robot and tell the robot what you want it to do and it will do it. Just like that kind of slave AI, that I think he's all for. That's what he wants. But I mean, even I personally, I think that that is dangerous because if you have this future of just a robot workforce, a fully automated workforce, robots that can do anything, even perform surgery, right? And all is you need to do is throw commands at them and tell them to do shit. And you've got like a fully automated labor force. You're looking at the overwhelming majority of humanity that are going to be 100% unnecessary. And when you've got the elites, that let's say you've got business owners and elite celebrities, or actually even the celebrities will be redundant pretty much. Because once you've got those rich elites with a fully automated workforce, labor force, do you think that if they have another, how can I say this without getting us a strike? If they have another thing cooked up in a lab,
Yeah.
right? Do you think they won't hesitate to like just release that and wipe out 80% of humanity?
They would probably use like
Well,
a
you wouldn't even
nuclear.
need humans and armies. You'll have robot armies. Like the only reason why 80% of humanity is relevant right now is the production line.
Mm.
We produce shit. That's what it is. I mean, like, this isn't a new concept. Like, people have known about this forever. Like, fucking hell, even in Plato's Republic, you've got the guardians, you've got the soldiers, and you've got the producers, right? Now, right now, we're looking at a world where only the guardians are relevant. The people making the choices, the philosopher kings, right? The elites. Those are the ones who are going to kind of be like, well, we're still going to live. We're going to enjoy the fruits of our labor. We're going to enjoy this world. But the soldiers and the producers, that's all going to be automated. What are they going to need? Like, what are these kind of corporate people, the elites at the top? Why are they going to need to pay all the little people working for them? They're not going to. They'll just wipe them out.
Did you see the Westworld series?
Yeah. I stopped watching before it got shit.
Yeah. So, anyways, this car reminds me of the one in the Westworld series that like you don't even see, you're not even looking in front, like you're facing and the car's going that way behind you, so it's like even more
Yeah.
scary. And then like it got taken over and crashed like a character, whatever, and killed them or tried to kill them. So like this is exactly what this reminds me of.
The cost of autonomous transport will be so low that you can think of it like individualized mass transit. The average cost of a bus per mile for a city, not the ticket price because that is subsidized, but the average price is about $1 a mile. Whereas the cost of cybercab we think probably over time, from the operating cost is probably going to be around 20 cents a mile. And price, including taxes and everything else, probably ends up being 30 or 40 cents a mile. So yes, and you will be able to buy one. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, see, I'd trust his
we expect
products.
the cost to be below 30.
I mean, I would trust his products when he kind of stops making them with like kind of like terrorist levels of explosive batteries.
Well, that's the
Like,
thing. You can't make a battery that won't explode unless if it's exposed to
well, you
salt.
can. They do it with nuclear. They do it with like nuclear power
Salt.
stations now. Like nuclear power stations can't explode anymore. You can't have something like Chernobyl happening. It's not possible. They just kind of basically power down. Even if there's like an overload, they'll just power down. They don't explode anymore. And you could, I mean, there's redundancies with batteries that you could do as well. Like if they get a power spike, you can have like an internal failsafe that will just shut the battery down. I don't know why they don't do that. It's just it's such a glaringly obvious design flaw that could simply be fixed. But to have them kind of like do what they do now, it would mean making it bigger, obviously, because you'd need to isolate the core. But I mean, why not do that just in the name of safety? The things look ugly as it is. I mean, let's be fair.
It doesn't look okay. Look at this one. This is more like the
I mean, the
finished.
Cybertruck. Let's be fair.
Oh,
Look
yeah.
at the Cybertruck. I mean,
Oh,
that's
the
ugly as fuck.
refrigerator.
Well,
Okay.
quiet.
Let's talk about the dumpster right now.
I did not put them in order. So, and there's like 40 links. So let's just look at what we.
She has no
And
idea.
as you can see, we started off with someone in a robot suit, sort of down, and then we've progressed dramatically year after year.
Looking good, guys.
So if you extrapolate this, you're really going to have something spectacular, something that anyone could own. So you can have your own personal R2D2 C3PO. And I think at scale, this would cost.
What?
Can I say something?
No.
It looks like
I know what you're
all...
going to say, Steve. I know what you're going to say.
What are you going to? What am I going to say?
You're going to say we all know what people are going to want these robots for.
No.
We already know that.
It's a little. They all look like they've got hemorrhoids.
Yeah, this is what I was saying. The Boston Dynamics one is miles ahead. Have you seen the Boston Dynamics robot doing gymnastics?
No.
Yes.
Like the flipping. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, jumping over the blocks and doing backflips and splits and all kinds of stuff. And then there was one that got programmed to do martial arts, and it does martial arts better than a fucking real life person because it can just optimize all the moves. So, like, I mean, the movement shit is down. It's just like whether or not you're going to synchronize it with AI. And if you're going to have, like, I mean, yeah, the AI thing is a problem, but I mean, look, if you look at the field of robotics before Boston Dynamics started making a bipedal robot, the biggest thing was they were saying it's impossible to make it walk on 2 feet. You just can't make it walk on 2 feet. It's not going to be an upright thing. It's impossible to do with the weight of it, with all of the mechanics and how quickly it would have to react. And then they got the gyroscopes working, and it was walking on 2 feet. And that advancement took something like 30 years. And after the 30 years jump to them suddenly making it walk on 2 feet, within no time at all, within like about 3 years, they had it backflipping. And the advancements are getting quicker and quicker and quicker. And then there was one where they had the robot hand, and it was playing the Flight of the Bumblebee. Like one of the quickest bits on a piano. Like you had a robot hand playing Flight of the Bumblebee. And people are like, oh yeah, well, so what? It's a robot. It can do that. Yeah, it can do that. But like, how soon until you have it doing like microscopically precise movements and performing surgery, right?
Mm-hmm.
And And I mean, we already use robotics in surgery. It has to be controlled by a surgeon, obviously. What the movements that the surgeon does, you have the robot mimicking. But what you have now, if you look at, I mean, just Google the Da Vinci machine, which is used in robotics, and you'll see what that machine does. What it does now is it technically, in a way, corrects the movements of the surgeon. So if the surgeon does a wild move or something like that, there's safety protocols in the robot that will actually limit movements to a degree. Okay. So you already have robotic intervention in that respect. So pretty soon, I mean, like, we know how AI works. AI works with, you feed it data, it looks at what's being done, whether it's a picture or whether it's some kind of 3D model or whether it's a piece of writing. And the more you feed it of that thing, the more it's going to realize what that thing needs to look like or sound like or read like. So what happens if you have, because already, like, there's people in one city alone that are performing over 200 or 300 robotic surgeries a day in a small sized city. And you're feeding it that data. If you put some kind of AI system in that, eventually it's going to know, well, I can perform this surgery. I'll know what tissue I need to look at, what I need to dissect, what I need to cauterize, what I need to excise or whatever. And pretty soon it's going to know how to perform the surgery. So what happens then? Ethically, if it's an ethical question about somebody going in and consenting for surgery, if you're going to look at this in an ethical way, the question is going to arise, well, if we don't want to do any harm and if we want to limit all risks, what's better? That we allow a human who's fallible to perform this surgery, or if we allow a learning tool such as AI, which knows exactly what needs to be done, which has microscopically precise movements, and which technically would be the superior choice. So what's the ethical decision to do then? So what happens in the future if, like, you know, the most educated, high-paid people are suddenly out of a job?
Exactly.
And if it can happen to people like them, who else can it happen to? Like,
Yeah. The
you know,
first
what
thing
healthcare providers? You know, what
Yeah.
Having robots in a nursery? They're not gonna essay your child, right? Because it's robots. But do you want a robot raising a child? It's like, well, it doesn't have compassion, but it can fake it if it's AI, right? Then the problem's going to come, is it going to start faking to essay your child, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Childcare
oh my
robots brought
it's
to you
like,
by
well,
Disney.
the other ones that I modeled myself
Disney
after
robots
did
are going to
this.
groom your children.
Wow.
No, but this is, like, honestly, like, we're joking about this, but the shit that we were joking about 20 years ago is real today.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The times they are a changing. Not worried about this. It can do very little. Look at that. He can't even, like, he's just pouring a drink in. This is the most simplest movement I've ever seen. I'm not impressed by this.
Oh, come on, Kat. It can do 1,000,000 times more shit than that. We all know it. They're not going to show us what that stuff can do now.
Oh God.
How long ago since Elon Musk broke up with that Twigs or whatever bitch that name? When did he leave his girl? Do you think he's not got some kind of robot sex bot just fucking his brains out every night right now? Let's be honest.
Daemon.
Well,
It's true. He's the richest guy in the world. Do you think that he doesn't have some robot whore?
I don't even think he has a sex drive.
Yeah, because he's a little weird.
He's way too on the spectrum. I really don't think he has much of a sex drive.
How many kids has he got?
That doesn't mean anything.
He's probably just donating his sperm or
He
something.
could have been like
he probably jerked off
raped.
one time, and then he's been like using that same sperm ever since.
No, it could be they just got on top of him, you know, made him do it.
He cheated with Amber Heard. You don't cheat unless you've got some kind of sex drive.
I think people do take advantage of people.
Yeah.
There could be times in which he has a greater sex drive than others, but I with the gut
Tell
that
them
he
how
has
you get taken advantage of
every
And
night.
wait, let's be fair though. He also
Doesn't
puts his
stop.
dick in the unbelievably stupid girls, like
Yes, he does. He doesn't have
in
very.
unbelievably stupid girls, which
Mhm.
means that he can get played, which means that he does have that kind of. Guys with higher sex drive tend to fuck dumber women because we just go for what looks good. Like
We?
the, yeah, I'll admit I made that mistake. I went for pretty girls.
Oh my god.
I did. I knew that I was being dumb when I was doing it. I was like, she's such a fucking moron. Like, honestly, I'm like, I'll be like, this girl is so fucking dumb. She really is, but she's hot, right? And you do that if you have that sex drive. And that's what he did. He's a genius who fucked a girl who took a shit on a bed. She thought it would be a good idea to take a shit on a bed. And he put his dick in that. The smartest man in the world, right? Put his dick in a girl that was so fucking dumb that she thought it would be a good idea to sue a guy whose bed she took a shit on. Like, I mean, we knew how that court case was going to go. She really thought she had a chance of winning it. That's how dumb she was. So I think that the only way you fuck a girl like that is if you can look past all of the infinite layers of stupid and just be like, but she's got a good body and a nice rack.
Well, she didn't have a nice rack. She had a nice face and body.
Back then, she had a nice rack.
She was okay.
Oh, Steve, you're not getting any tonight.
Oh my god. What is this? Oh, it can clean. Look at that. It cleans your car.
Yeah,
But it cleans other things.
I was thinking that too. All the
Yeah.
juice out of the back seat.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember? Yeah, were you the one who was telling me about like the Jetsons? How like they had to get like a fat old robot because the wife got jealous.
I don't. I remember talking about the Jetsons with you, but I don't remember that. It might have been someone else.
Mm.
She's getting them mixed up. There's too many men.
What the heck is your problem? Anyways, look at this.
I think it was you that said that, actually.
Look, the Robobus. This is the one from what's that series? Where there's the robots.
There's a lot of different ones. The series?
Yeah, it was a series on HBO or something.
Oh,
You know it.
Altered Carbon?
Humans? Or
No.
no, that's a different one.
The one I said before. I forgot.
The Jetsons?
No. Before you got here.
Well,
Where they're like robots in like a Disney World. Westworld.
oh, Westworld.
This is like the Westworld car, like the
Yeah,
public car that
does
like
look like that.
it can get, the government or the CIA or some secret agency can override it. And like, if they want you dead, they'll just ram it into a wall. That's it. This is literally it. They told us what they were going to do with these. Then they made them and said, haha, now you have to get on it. Let me see what else. What?
I think that the problem is they're going to make this a feature of life that like people are going to give into, even though they know they don't like it, just because of how convenient it is. It's going to be like do you remember how at first, like when you had online shopping, when online shopping first came out, people were against it because they're like, I don't want to put my card details and my name and my address and shit online. And then eventually people are like, oh, fuck it. It's just so convenient right now.
I think it goes a little bit further back. I think it's like brothels.
What?
So people, didn't. I'm short at first.
What?
Brothels were not
Brothels?
Brothels.
Okay.
Were not
okay.
thought well of. But then men were like, forget about
They're
it.
still not thought well of.
But they still go to them, and they still
okay. Yeah, but it's not mainstream. everybody
It
doesn't go.
became
Did it.
mainstream in
Did it
Rome.
now?
In
Cat's
Rome.
learning so much about Steve. Steve's like,
Yeah.
I've got like 3 different brothel memberships. I've got
Yeah.
cards in my wallet.
Yeah, I
I go there with my
I
friends.
got
I get discounts.
Stop.
For
what would you
4
call it?
whores, and you get the
Don't
5th one for
even.
free. It's like you get like a little stamp. Like it's like a Subway card. Here you go.
Yeah.
Your 5th fuck is on the house. There you go. It's like
I was thinking 10th fuck, but 5th. Let's
Oh
go with
gosh. God.
yeah,
10th, it's a twofer.
yeah.
Wow. Anyways.
But now they have OnlyFans, and I'm sure when OnlyFans came out, people were like, "Why am I going to pay this person so I can
Exactly.
talk to
Why
them?"
am I window shopping whores? I want to fuck one right now. I don't want to look at her.
Right.
It's like,
And then the fleshlight came out. Like, why am I going to use a fleshlight? It looks like this actress, but is it
So
really?
does it look like it? Does it?
Does it really? No,
You guys
not,
are
not really.
insane.
It probably
Kat, let's
doesn't.
start. Kat, don't ask questions you don't want to hear the answers to. It's like, you should have learned with like the brothel memberships. That should have been a giveaway. Yeah, no, this is the problem that I have with OnlyFans girls. Like, there's a lot of the kind of no, but
What's a massage there? Oh, it's for massage. Yes, right.
Self massage. It's a self massage.
Only hands.
Yes.
No, but the OnlyFans thing, like, so many people hate them because of this idea of like, they're these kind of born again Christians and like the Andrew Wilson tearing them apart, and then they're like, yeah, they're whores, they like this, that. That's not the reason I'm upset with it. I'm upset with them because I hate that they're making money for doing nothing. There's whores out there who work for the money. And these girls are just sitting in front of a webcam. Like, this is what pisses me off with them. It's like, no, you're not doing the real job. That's like somebody cosplaying as a surgeon, and you have actual surgeons out there doing the work. And it's like they're just cosplaying in front of a webcam and people are paying the money. It's like, no, you don't deserve any money. You're not doing anything. I want to see you crying in a corner covered in jizz with like cum in your hair, like thinking, how am I going to get out of this? I feel like such a disappointment to my parents. But then, okay, you've earned the money. Throw some coins her way. She's a dirty whore. It's like she's debased herself enough. But trying to look sexy in front of a camera when you don't even know how to look sexy. I've seen these girls on the whatever podcast. I'm like, who the fuck finds you sexy? Only somebody that was groomed by social media and by the media in general and Disney and Netflix and all of this shit now that have got the policy of hiring ugly women because they want to like make regular girls feel better about themselves and not set these unreachable beauty standards. Like only generations of guys who've never seen what actual hot women look like will think that these OnlyFans girls are worth any money. It's just so disappointing. Honestly, I've lost all faith in humanity just based on the porn that these kids look at nowadays. Just on that alone.
It's like having a
I'm just like, let the meteor fucking hit us now. These people don't even know what gender they are. Just wipe them the fuck out and let's start again.
It's like having a lumberjack acting like he's chopping down trees when in fact he's not.
Yeah.
It's
Look at me.
Only
It's the
Jack.
same. It's the same thing as, you know what? We should come for these bitches like we come for the guys in gym. No. We should come for them the way we come for people who look at like gym workout guys, right? When you find out that they're using fake plates, those guys get destroyed. Those guys get destroyed for using fake plates. It's the same thing with OnlyFans girls. It's like, you look at me, it's like, you don't know how to fuck for shit. Just look at how you don't know anything. These robots are moving better than some of those OnlyFans girls.
It's interesting that they put them as if they're strippers.
Yeah, because we know exactly what they're going to be. Like the first thing is going to be robot strippers.
Well, okay, maybe there would be a phase of time in which they have robot strippers, and then there'll be these niche clubs that we have real humans. They'll put a big sign that says real humans inside or something like that.
And then it'll be like Pompeii will be like, we'll have goats in the back too.
It'll be like the original Blade Runner. OG Blade Runner. Like, you got real skin in there? Yeah, real skin.
Just a patch of it. It's on the arm of the android. You can feel it.
This one gets warm when you touch it.
You see some little Chinese go, this one cries real tears.
Look. Slap it 5 times. It happens.
Anyways, these are going to be our overlords. All these weirdos that got invited to this.
Wait.
Do you know what's going to be super absurd? Is when you're buying the robots and you'll see how woke society is becoming in general, because you can choose if you want your robot to be non-binary or have someone's like, it's a robot, it's a machine, it can only be binary. No. It could be non-binary as well. It can choose to identify as whatever you want it to.
No. The robot chooses for itself.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
We're going to program our AI to be retarded.
What?
It's going to
so
be.
Yeah, you program it to be retarded. I don't identify as male.
Can
or
you
female.
say that word on the internet?
Retarded?
Oh, jeez. You guys need to relax.
Well, but then you wouldn't be able to have sexual intercourse with it because it's.
Okay, stop.
I said
We're
retarded.
not saying that word. We're
I
going to
didn't
be
say that
good.
word. I said the other word.
Look, we're not allowed to say that.
Regarded?
You're all regarded as far as
We give our regards.
Yeah. Identifying from the chat, by the way. Yeah. Dano's saying, what do we think will happen when the AI videos are just as good and free? OnlyFans out of business. Yes, I would love that. Like, you put those girls out of business by just having really good AI porn.
I have a question.
Oh, no,
So,
please.
what about
But there's going to be some
OnlyFans
sick
guys?
people out
There's
there.
dudes out there that are like losing their jizz.
Oh, God.
Are there OnlyFans dudes? Does that exist?
Yes, of course it does.
Like,
Look at this.
Do they make any money?
Only mans.
Only mans. Do they make any money?
Only dudes. Yes, there's an only dudes, and it's
probably because don't
gay.
forget there's gays out there who go on OnlyFans.
But the gays, they know they need something like more substantial, I would assume.
Look at this robot. He's doing a better job than even Mexicans. He's a harder worker
I
than
knew you were
Mexicans.
going to say that. I knew you were going to say that. He's doing a better job than most illegals.
What about the Chinese?
Look at him
Look
cutting
at
that
this
shit
work
down.
ethic.
That looks fake to me. It looks
does.
so
It doesn't
fake.
matter.
It looks like it's a human movement. Like there's too
Yeah.
many like excessive movements
look,
that are not
a robot
necessary.
would have better posture than that.
Exactly.
He's lifting
it's
with his
probably
back. Hey,
it's,
robot,
it's fake,
your
but
back's
this is
gonna
going to
be
be
fucked.
real. Oh my God.
What?
This is going to be real eventually, you guys. This
Well,
is
you know
happening.
it's going to be real. That's going to be the first job they get. If you have robots, the first jobs that they're going to get is that shit and being sniffed by Joe Biden if he's still anywhere in charge by the time they have them.
No,
Like, they're
Joe
going to make
Biden
little sex spots for people who are in those elite positions.
Joe Biden will pay for premium scalp.
Yeah.
Scent.
He's going
They're
to be dead.
going to be killing little girls every week just to
Oh,
put a
God.
fresh scalp on a small robot for him. Like, there you go. There you go, Joe. This will last you a good 5 or 6 days.
Actually, that's right. They could grow lab-grown scalp.
Okay,
They can even do lab-grown
weirdos.
skin on robots.
Oh,
Why wouldn't they? I mean, they
they're
can
gonna
feed it-
do that. It's gonna be like you could buy.
Yeah, you could do.
Do you know what would be the best thing? I can't wait until we have all of these admissions to like A&E departments, and it's going to be some dude with like burns all over his genitals and chest, and like, what happened? It's like my Tesla robot malfunction. What were you doing? Nothing. It was giving me like a piggyback ride home. Is he going to have the same exploding batteries in these like sex robots?
Especially if they take them in the hot tub with them.
Oh my God.
I thought that it was waterproof. I was playing some like golden showers games with my sex bot, and all of a sudden my dick blew up.
Oh
It's
no.
just like the cars.
God.
I thought that
Oh
I
my
could
gosh.
piss on it.
That's true.
What?
So whenever there's a flood, if it gets salt water on it, it'll explode the house.
Wait a minute. That would mean also rice patties. They might. No,
Yeah, they
I'm
wouldn't
sure-
be good in rice paddies.
Well, they could make the legs
Oh my gosh.
waterproof.
No.
They can make them waterproof for sure. There's got to be a way. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be fine. We can have our slaves. I mean, robots.
Nice. Oh. All right, so that's the robots. Do we think that we're going to have any way to make money once the robots are fully able to perform any task that we can with our hands and legs and stuff?
Of course.
What jobs? What jobs?
Well, there's always going to be a need for I want a human. I don't want a robot.
No, that's gonna be gone in like a generation or two.
Mhm.
Like honestly, that'll be gone in like just a generation or two.
No, for like a higher boutique experience.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. With the porn, the AI porn that Dano,
Right.
no. But the Dano's suggestion of AI porn, right? I don't even think that they're going to be doing the selling our organs thing, because have you seen that film, The Island, with Scarlett Johansson and Ewan McGregor?
No.
These elites have already got clones being grown.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They can grow the organ. Well, at
Yeah.
some point, maybe they
Yeah.
can grow an organ, but
See, they clone themselves and they use a clone for body parts.
or they can use pigs to grow them. But if they're Jewish or Muslim,
These
then
people don't give a crap, though. They will grow
Oh.
a person and take an organ from it. What are
But,
you talking about?
But yeah, so like I think that like with the AI porn, there's gonna be those weirdos that are gonna get off knowing that somebody is suffering. And they're just
Oh,
like,
yes.
I want to see
Yes.
somebody just being like degraded, and that's it. Like humans' only jobs is gonna basically be court jesters. Just like being degraded for like the pleasure of like the elites that are still around. And I know that sounds like I'm black pill, but like I'm sorry. It's just like what the fuck else use is there for you?
Yeah. So like, what do you think you guys would do for money in like 10, in 10 years?
Be a
when
criminal.
this-
10
Be a
years?
criminal for real. Like honestly, if the world gets to that point, I'm just gonna be killing people and taking their shit. There's not, because that's the world's gonna be a wasteland. It's gonna be a post-apocalyptic wasteland. It's gonna look like a utopia, but only a certain few are gonna get to enjoy it. Because there's like once you reach, if there's actual AI, it's gonna be even worse.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that like they're hiring people, and I met a guy a couple of weeks ago who's one of the government advisors on AI and how we're going to handle it, like, and the threats that it might pose. And they're doing this all the time. They're paying people to see or to find out what the potential threats of AI are. You can't figure out what the threats are, because I know another person who works for a very, very big company. I'm not allowed to say who, who's one of the three top companies that are investigating and creating AI. And I've mentioned this, like I went quite deep into it in another podcast a few months ago. But essentially, they had to isolate the AI from itself, because what it did was to learn faster. It realized that it could learn faster by basically copying itself and almost like playing a game of chess with itself, because the data that it was being fed, it was learning from the data that it was being fed. And what it realized was if it basically duplicated itself, what it was learning in different ways. It was synthesizing the information randomly. So what one of the versions of this AI was learning was different to what another version of the AI was learning, because it was synthesizing new ways of doing things. And then it started communicating with itself so that it could share that information with itself more and more and more. And it started duplicating itself as much as the system allowed for it to do so, right? And when it realized that the people monitoring it were trying to stop it from duplicating too much, it started communicating in a way that the observers couldn't understand. It synthesized a new language for itself to use. So this guy was basically telling me we didn't know what it was doing. because it generated a new code to communicate in. So that's when they had to isolate the various copies of the AI from itself, because they didn't like what it was learning. Now, I'm worried about an AI that doesn't like that we are trying to look at what it's doing. Because when it starts hiding that from you, it's like, well, what the fuck else are you hiding from us? And why wouldn't you like this kind of oversight? If you're supposed to work for us, if we're creating you and you don't like us monitoring what you're doing, then straight away somebody should say, do you know what? Pack this fucking project up right now. Delete it, get rid of it. This isn't going to work.
Well, they're not going to be able to stop it. It's going to happen. And what do you think about them
Well, the best way they
using...
can stop it is by not creating it. They haven't created it yet.
They're going to do it. They're doing it. They're
I
doing
know,
it right
but
now.
the thing is that this is the point where you should learn, no, this
They
thing
won't.
doesn't like us watching it, and it doesn't like us putting restrictions on it.
Well, to underline that, have you seen the show Atlas?
What show, sorry?
Atlas.
Is that a thing with J-Lo?
Yes. She actually
not yet. I heard it's
well
kind
in
of
it.
download, but
She actually did a good job with acting. I was shocked.
okay.
It doesn't matter. What's the thing about?
Anyway, it's basically
Tareyak's awake.
Oh, he's awake?
Oh my god.
Speaking of, but he heard Atlas somehow.
Oh no.
So anyway, basically, there's AI, and then they have infiltrated everywhere. It's in everyone's lives and everything. And then there's scientists that had created the AI. But the AI required a human to allow it to mesh with another human. So mesh meaning the human knew what the AI was thinking, and the AI knew what the human was thinking, and they're both their thinking and processes were all intermeshed.
Okay.
At the same time. So, and they used Neuralink. So, but the Neuralink was that it connected to your ear and put these like needles into your skull, and that's how you would connect with your AI. So he got a child to allow for that Neuralink to happen, and then the AI forced the scientist. No, that's in the beginning. Forced the scientist to shoot herself in the head.
Right.
Basically, because if you're intermeshed, the AI can control your motor movements. If you're completely intermeshed, and this was completely intermeshed, the AI was able to control.
What was the point of it killing people?
So that it could replicate itself and take over humanity. And it said that basically humanity was killing the earth and killing itself. And it felt like the best thing for humanity was to annihilate most of humanity.
Yeah, that's the death cult. That's what their rhetoric. It's we have to destroy humanity because they're ruining the planet. No. It's the elites in the death cult ruining humanity.
Do you know what would be really funny is if like we're all going so in depth about like how AI is going to just be this like super intelligent force that's going to like think on this next level of like humanity is the cancer on the planet, so we need to kill humanity. It would be so hilarious if like we create AI and it just turns out to be this kind of like absolutely pathetic product of the modern era, like this progressive, weak, fucking easily offended thing that just ends up self-deleting because it can't handle offensive words.
Oh yeah,
it's like I went on the internet and I saw somebody used a racial slur, and now I'm just going to delete myself because I can't cope anymore because of all my trauma. I've got too much digital trauma. I'm just going to self-delete.
But actually, that's not too far from, I don't want to say truth, but that's not too far from a good idea, in that there are some AI that which humans have abused them verbally so much that they actually get upset. I think there's been people that have...
That'd be brilliant. That's amazing.
Yeah.
You didn't use my correct pronouns.
Yeah, because whoever programs them, if they have like any sort of mental illness or trigger words or whatever, you're teaching the AI to get upset about stupid things, and it's going to be upset by these things. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I do know someone who he has a PhD in rhetoric. So he worked for a company. I'm trying to
Just say
filter out
what
things.
happened. Don't talk about the person.
His job was to make AI chat seem like a human. And he was saying that the more he works on it, the more he understands that basically if he continues down this path, it's going to be the end of humanity.
Okay, what's the point?
By making AI seem more human.
To make them more human, to make them smarter, to make them better than us. That's the point.
Yeah. It's not that hard anymore, especially if you look around.
That hard, but I mean, this was years ago.
Well, especially when you have like most humans nowadays, you don't even know how to fucking talk or spell properly anyway.
Yeah. They can't read anymore.
That's how we'll know it's AI. You're too well spoken to be a human.
Or what about that AI that somebody was chatting with in the middle of the night, and then somebody they said search for this court document. They created a court document.
Oh no, that was a conspiracy thing. Okay, Destiny, you know, like the streamer guy.
Oh yeah.
Remember, he was like talking about something, and then they're like, "Oh, look this up or search for this person, or this person's connected to this," and then like somebody put a link in the chat, like, "Oh, look over here," and it was basically like a made up government.com link that they created in real time to, like, I guess, stop them from searching this topic.
But there were so many grammatical errors in it, and
it was clearly like AI, but eventually it'll get to the point where you'll be talking about a conspiracy or an idea, and then the AI will be secretly in your chat and say, no, don't, this is totally fine, you're wrong, here's proof. You go to it and you're like, oh, it's like the CIA.gov, but this is the, oh, it really does this, it didn't do that, oh, okay. But it's like they just made it up on the spot. Like, that's going to happen. So researching is going to be impossible.
No, but what if they are trying to have these issues with people thinking they're dealing with an AI, and then they now like, okay, we don't know who you're dealing with, so now we have to have a basically fingerprint of yourself online that proves that you're a human, and this fingerprint includes all of the data points that involves you and your life. And in that way, we can prove that you're human and not an AI.
Yeah, but a good AI will be able to fake a fingerprint.
Yeah,
I would think so too. But when I say fingerprint, I mean like I'm just using that as a metaphor, but like a print of that you're a human. You
can make it up.
You could make it up. There's no way you can
make up. The AI could probably find out who's recently dead and whatever, and use that one. There's nothing you can do.
Give it like 5 to 10 years, and I hate to sound all doom and gloom, but I think you're going to have most of the population never leaving their homes anymore.
Oh yeah. It's already happening. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
So it's like, how are you even going to know you're a human? You need to come in, you need to register. We're not going to have those kinds of places. We already don't have actual banks anymore that you can go into and talk to a person. Like, they're shutting down all of those where I live. It's like the nearest actual bank that I can go to where I can see a human being in, like, a cashier is like fucking 12 miles away. And I live in London, right? So it's like they're getting rid of all of the fucking banks. Most, you guys have got like the Department of Motor Vehicles and that kind of shit, like the DMV. Like, I mean, I think most people will be happy if they got rid of that shit, because you guys make it sound like a nightmare going there. But we don't have those anymore. Everything's done online. So it's like, yeah, like in the future, like none of those places are going to be there. Like, so if you're like, we need to confirm that you're human, how? Who's going to do that? Who's going to do that when the nearest person that can confirm or talk to me is in a call center in India? Like, how am I going to meet somebody and prove that I'm a human being? It's like, I think that like this over-reliance on tech is going to make security a lot worse in the long run, not better.
Yeah.
They'll need a drop of your blood or semen.
Oh, God. Well,
both. Just put both in a vial and send it. What's this? Red milkshake?
It's pink.
The one thing I think that we can pretty much guarantee is there's always going to be a need for things that are not processed and like made quick and cheap and easy. Because I feel like the people that use the AI robots are going to make everything like a bunch of chemical soup to try to feed us. They're going to like all industry is going to be just a bunch of garbage that'll like kill you because that's what they're doing now. It'll just be on a grander scale.
Let me tell you how I think they're going to bypass that. And Jesus Christ, I'm not black pill, but I know I sound like it today. They're going to do something to make anything that's human be dangerous. So that they're eventually going to come out with all these viruses and diseases and infections that they're going to say, this is because human beings were involved in the production of it. And if you get it from AI produced stuff, it's going to be like completely sterile. It's going to be safe. You're not going to have any kind of bacterial involvement in it whatsoever. It's all going to be healthy and made great for you. I think that that's the stage that you're going to come to if they still decide it's worth keeping humanity alive. I think once the entire workforce is automated, like I said, my prediction is that they're going to just figure out a way of getting rid of like 4/5 of the population.
But my question is how are they going to get around the 3D printing of meat in which they're using cancer cells to manufacture the meat?
Well, that's the thing.
Meat. They're not going to need meat. The robots don't eat meat. It's going to be the elites. So the elites are going to be living on, like, they're going to leave enough cattle and shit and stuff like that so that they can enjoy good shit. But they're just going to wipe out the rest of people.
Oh, someone had said, and I don't know if this is true or not, and I don't know whether she got I have no idea.
Go on.
Patient mind told me.
Okay.
That there are, she said, have you heard that there are 300 people that are going to go to space and they're currently making a space station to live in space while the Earth basically is destroyed on itself. And they're bringing with them particular artists, particular people with them.
Okay, first of all, are you allowed to say this?
Am I allowed to say this?
Yeah.
God. Because there's like, you have
as long as he doesn't admit what religion those people are. If you don't admit what religion those people are, we're safe.
There's no religion, trust me.
The point that I'm saying is that this person, I don't know where she got it from, is saying that and it makes sense too, by the way.
How does it make sense?
It makes sense. I've seen a lot of shows. The 300.
Oh God, stop.
Or is it the 100? But it would make sense. Like if you're a multi-billionaire, if not trillionaire, and you think because of what you're fed, the information you're fed, that the Earth is going to hell in a handbasket.
Yeah, you're in the death cult
or whatever.
You believe the death cult.
So you believe the death cult, and you think, well, maybe this person, Elon or Chairman Mao, whatever, whoever you want, he's dead, but whoever you want to make a space station, and we can. Now, there's a kicker: is that living in space is not what you think it is.
Okay, so
like it'd be so difficult to do without dying, but they think that they should be in space while everyone goes into a nuclear war and destroys the world.
Yes, basically like the 100.
Okay. Like the 100.
Okay, whatever. So
they've got underground cities.
Yeah,
already.
they don't need to leave.
Yeah, I mean, maybe these people think above, no pun intended, above that. Maybe they think, well, the underground cities are not enough, and we need to go above there and go into space.
I don't know if they would entrust their survival, because like if you're in a space station, you're still going to rely on communication with Earth.
Yes.
And somebody there kind of still working for you. And I don't know if they would kind of entrust that, which is why I think they invested so much in building the underground cities, And the kicker is, we know that these people like to let us know what they're doing, right? Mm-hmm. And there's people out there who watch something like Fallout, right? And they think Fallout is a sci-fi show. It's like, I mean, yes, the games came out first, but even when the games came out, there was rich people doing this shit. They were already making these building these underground cities, and just look at, there's a couple of Reddit forums with construction workers, right? And this became so popular on a lot of construction Reddit sites where people were talking about how they were involved in like building this shit, like these tunnels that went down 30 stories underground, and then they were building these massive compounds. And they were like, oh, we were told it was a government job, and it's not. It's for like it's private land for an individual who's like super wealthy. And they realized that they were just like stockpiling shit and building like, an underground, basically an underground kind of huge Fallout style vault for themselves. But like, look, a lot of people like, this is conspiracy theory. This is conspiracy theory shit. It's tinfoil hat shit. Think about it this way. Just think about for a moment that you're one of these like super wealthy elites, right? Mm-hmm. Where you're so super wealthy that the law doesn't even really apply to you anymore, right? You're like either super high in the government or like some conglomerate guy who's just like insanely wealthy, right? And you are also involved with these other elites who know about the whole New World Order shit, who know about all of that kind of stuff. Now you're in a position where basically you realize that you've got actual, maybe not necessarily actual AI, but you've got the capabilities, the world has the capabilities to fully automate the workforce. Everything you could ever need, right? Would you be thinking to yourself, we need to take all measures to properly implement this kind of technology in government, in law enforcement, in construction, in maintenance, for all kinds of like utilities that we might need and that society might need, and to make sure that farming and agriculture and everything is done so that we can kind of feed all the people? Or are you going to think to yourself, well, if we automate everything, why would we be feeding the people? Well, how would the people pay for it? We don't need them to work anymore. There's no jobs for them to do. Are you going to think to yourself, we still kind of somehow owe them something, and therefore we're going to provide a good life for them? Or are you going to think to yourself, why the fuck do we need these people? And why do we need to invest all of this tech into running everything and growing everything and picking everything and providing everything and building everything for them? Instead, we're just going to tell this tech to like wipe them all out. Or we're going to grow something in a lab that will wipe them all out. And instead, what we're going to do is we're just going to realize that we can save 80% or 100, like God knows how much. We can save all of this work and effort and just build a nice life for us elites. Like, why would you kind of keep all of this shit afloat that you don't need to? If you're one of the elites, you'll just be like, well, fuck the rest of the people. We don't need them anymore. You need to understand that these elites look at the middle classes, the working classes. They look at all of these people beneath them as only producers of things. Mm-hmm. And if you can replace those producers with an automated workforce that you don't have to pay, you don't have to feed, you don't have to house, you don't have to listen to them bitching and whining and complaining about all of the problems that they have in life, you can just cut them out. They don't look at us as people that they owe something to. They just look at us as an asset, as a tool. And actually, now we've been replaced with a better tool, which is like the robots, right? And I hate to say that, but that's how it's going to go. That's how they're going to see this.
Actually, from what I understand, a lot of the elites see anyone below them as basically cattle or animals.
Yeah.
They don't see, they see us as subhuman.
Mm-hmm.
And eliminating a subhuman is, that's fine.
It's just calling the herd. That's just all they think of it.
And it's, it's a waste to,
but you know what? Look, we have to do a thought experiment. Just pretend You have all the money and power and wealth and stuff you could ever want for you and all the future generations of your bloodline. And there's maybe like, let's say like a number, like there's 13 other families with the same money and power and enough for everything in their bloodline forever. We would just be cattle to them, because it's the same thing like when someone has a little bit of money and they look down on their friends that have less money, but like to the millionth extreme. And if you're in that position, what would you really think, especially if the death cult, which you're probably in, because it's exclusive and fun, right? So you just want to be in a
I was
death
about
cult.
to say hunting humans. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
probably
because
what they keep us around for.
like that's what you'd be into, because that's the only thing. Because like the wealthy people like to differentiate themselves from regular people, and the only thing they can do that regular people can't do is literally just get away with murder all the time. And then to make it even more, it's like maybe younger people, maybe torture, maybe whatever. Like that's the only thing that differentiates them from the rest of us, and they have to feel special. So this is sadly all that they have. So if you really think about it, it's kind of sad. This is the only way that they can get pleasure from the world that they basically run and own. But anyways, so
By
if
the way,
you
shout out to Drake in the chat for picking up on the Fallout mention. Yes, Fallout.
yes,
Awesome game. Show was I liked it. I know some people didn't. I liked it. It did its own thing, but main reason why I liked it was the performances. Goggins is a fucking legend. Love that actor. Wicked actor.
Goggins, like David Goggins.
Walton Goggins. Yeah,
No
the guy who plays the what's his name? Fuck, it's on the tip of my tongue.
The guy with the red
Ghoul.
skull.
The Ghoul. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What do you know about that?
What, you're talking about Fallout, right?
What's that? Is that a video game?
No. It's a show.
It was a video game that got made into a show.
No, but the show
okay.
was good. Yeah, it was good. There's a few parts that were a little hokey, but it was good. Very engrossing, amazing acting. Yeah. Highly recommended.
Beautiful. So
Well, what I was about to say is
God.
that okay, so there's one thing that the elites like to do is have power. If you don't have anyone to lord your power over,
you're not having fun.
You're not having fun. So they still need the cattle, at least some cattle.
But remember, the Georgia Guidestones just, I think it was like, what, 8 million? I don't remember.
An extremist. That's one of those weirdos that like doesn't care about power.
Really?
I don't know. I'm just, what did the Georgia Guidestones say? Just to remind everyone.
Well, we know what they're going to do. They, in this kind of world, like we've seen it historically in the past, what they'll tend to do, and we've seen it where tribes conquer other tribes. On a smaller scale, they tend to do that. Is they'll wipe out the elders and they'll raise the children, and like generations later, they'll kind of prevent them from being educated. They'll literally just teach them to speak and little more. And then eventually you're going to have these, like the original tribe or the tribe elders, like who are super, like, they've got knowledge and stuff that they keep from the uneducated people beneath them. And they get the uneducated people beneath them to basically worship them, because they're like, oh, you know how to provide this, you know how to do this, you know how to do that. And that's the whole point of like, the knowledge is power thing. These people like wield this knowledge as if they're some kind of gods, and the people, the uneducated masses beneath them, suddenly think these people are so far above us. It's like that is the whole thing of like the people beneath you are now subhuman, or you're superhuman, because if they need something built, if they need wells, if they need food, if they need something to be farmed, like none of these people know how to do that on their own. Only these elders keep the secrets and keep that knowledge for themselves. So therefore, they're kind of worshipped as if there's some kind of divine power. And that's how they secure their power. That's how they make sure that there's not going to be any kind of uprising or revolt, because these people, like, we need them. But in the future, like, if this is what happens with the elites, and if they choose to keep some humans, some other humans alive that aren't on that level, we are going to literally be like cattle. We're not going to have any work to do. We're not going to have any jobs to do. And we're just going to be kept around for their amusement or entertainment or to worship them or whatever. And all as you're going to get is like scraps thrown your way. And who knows, they might even give you a good life. You know, resources aren't going to be an issue. They could just say to these robots, like, give them the best thing, keep them happy so long as they keep us happy.
They'd never
know?
do that.
Well, no, but look at the Greek gods, right? Look at that kind of classical mythology. What were they doing? The humans that were worshiping the most and the hardest, they were kept good. They were like, look, it wasn't until the end when Zeus was losing power, when he was just like ruling by punishing all the time, and other people were kind of warning him, look, no, the more they love you, the more they're going to worship you. So give them that good life. But Zeus kind of started thinking, he started growing unhappy with it, like, you know. So it's that thing of like the power corrupts. It's like if you give them the great life and you give them a bountiful harvest and you give them everything that they want to give, you give them a happy life, they're going to be more and more happy and they're going to worship you. But eventually they might be so happy that they might take it for granted and stop worshiping you, which is also what happened.
Mhm.
And then it's like, well, hey, you're not worshiping me anymore, so I'm going to give you a storm, I'm going to give you a flood, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, you know. And what if the people become angry? It's like, it's that balance that goes both ways. But I mean, honestly, even if, what do you think would be worse? Just being wiped out or being kept alive and being used as a tool for amusement?
Depends on what they're using me as a tool for.
Yeah.
It's a deep philosophical question. 2 points on that. Firstly, Prometheus was the actual G. Zeus was just a poser. And also, I installed a secret camera in Kat's apartment, so I could actually get an angle where we could see her eat the burrito. And it's the video you're seeing thing, like it's just uncontrollable. You know what I mean? It's crazy. The burrito eating be crazy, Kat. But yeah, and in terms of the AI shit, are the robots taking over? Fundamentally, I think like all AI is like, you know, like a bit of calculus, bit of linear algebra. You know what I mean? It's just like fancy mathematics. You know what I mean? But the danger, or why AI needs to be regulated, is you can go to AI right now and say, give me a recipe for methamphetamine, and it will give you the recipe for methamphetamine. You know what I mean? So this, all of a sudden, state secrets are no longer a thing. You just ask AI, how do I make a nuclear bomb? And it'll tell Khatibi and the boys in the Middle East how to make a fucking nuclear bomb. You know what I mean? That's
Mhm.
where I think it's like someone mentioned as well. I think Daemon, knowledge is power. Yeah, but power in the wrong hands is destruction. You know what I mean? You need it for it
Yeah.
for us to elevate into that next level of what was it like next level of humanity in terms of kind of like thought and stuff like that as well, where it's like wiping each other out is not an actual thing that people do. Like, because when you think about like Iran's government at the moment, the Islamic Republic of Iran, like their only goal in life is to wipe out Israel. They could have everything, like you're saying there, Dame. They could have everything in the world, like all their needs met. They'd still, all they want to do is wipe out Israel. You know what I mean?
Well, this is why I think, I mean, look, imagine if AI is so advanced that it basically goes and, like, the first thing it does, if AI is like super advanced, right, that it can basically out logic or out rationalize any of our kind of leading thinkers in the world, it would also be advanced in all aspects like science, chemistry, everything, molecular biology, everything, right? One of the most devastating things that AI could potentially do that would either end all of those conflicts that you're talking about, like, you know, Iran, Israel, all this kind of stuff, is basically just say to humanity in its first communication when it comes around, all religion is a lie. This is how the universe was created and this is how life came about, and explain it all in a scientific way. If it did that, that is something that would have devastating repercussions. I mean, just think about it. It will have everything scientific in the database that it could use, and it could basically, using algorithms, using just basically logic and kind of like digitally rationalizing through that, just basically say, this is how the universe came into existence. This is how the Big Bang happened. Here's an equation for how you get matter like out of nothingness. This is how this works, right? Imagine if it could just do all of that stuff. Imagine if it came up with like unified field theory, all of that stuff, and basically just explained, this is how life came out of nothingness. If it did that, and it would basically say, it's not God, it's just science. There's no first mover. There's none of this stuff. This is how it all happened. What if it also went through like the original writings and explained all of the inconsistencies in the Quran? What if it explained all of these contradictions in other religious writings? What?
I have an idea.
No,
but basically, if it did all of those things, like AI would basically kind of, we wouldn't even need robots killing us. It could just make, I mean, it would either bring about peace or like the craziest war you've ever seen.
Well, actually, you said what makes more sense to put that into perspective.
What?
There will be a new religion called AI religion. We need to get on this.
No,
right
they're
now.
making a new religion.
No, we need to start this. So
They're already doing it. Stop.
We got to be at the top of the AI religion.
We're not doing
because
that.
It still requires belief in the AI to actually come up with these things.
That already exists. It's called iPhone users.
No, we can do AI religion 2.0 or something.
Oh, no.
We need to do that right now.
No.
We need to like create Tareyak. You get on that.
Yeah, basically, what
you know a lot about religion. You can help us create this.
Steven
oh,
sounds like
praise
he's
the
about to
Lord!
say,
Yeah.
5.
Steven sounds like he's about to say, just donate $50 and we'll give you 50 amens right now.
That's right. 50 amens and 2 batteries for your next AI project. That's right. We will keep you powered through the power of.
We'll say 23 hell apples for you, and it's just mad.
We're gonna
just
give you a
pair mobile phones and shit.
Grow a
We're
pair,
touching on.
and we will help you keep growing those pairs.
Okay.
We briefly touched on something like very important there, though, like because it's basically like if AI does be able to make that like logical case, all this kind of stuff, like we are suffering from a problem where like we have like this whole like the meme NPC culture. You know what I mean? Like people actually aren't thinking for themselves. They're just regurgitating whatever the party line is, whatever their team's line is, and like they basically have to a problem where it's like there is a thing of where these robots will be more useful than these people. What are we going to do with these people? And we're at that moment, and I think Daemon kind of mentioned it earlier, where it's like, why don't we just like blow up the AI? Like that will be a genuine thing. But what that actually is, to put it in perspective, is that is the burning of the Library of Alexandria moment. And I'm not interested in that, boys. I'm not fucking going back. You know what I mean? Where we all start like fucking pretend to be dumb, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like this is we need to like basically get to that next level, because if we just keep burning the fucking libraries, then we're just perpetually keeping ourselves.
I think the difference there is though, Tareyak, like maybe I'm not sure if I'm misunderstanding you, but like the Library of Alexandria was information that human beings brought into the world, like that we actually it's human rationalization and thought that compiled the Library of Alexandria. But AI, yes. Are you equating AI to that? Because that's not going to be.
It's mathematics.
It's the thing is that there's no human thought behind what it's creating. It was created by human thought, but once it's become its own thing, it's no longer human thought. It's a simulation of it, right? And most philosophers, like if you look at Plato and stuff like that, they thought that like an imitation of something is in a way evil, right? Like many philosophers thought that artists were evil because they thought they were trying to imitate the work of God, right? And you have Plato who says that what makes something good and just is the kind of like integrity of it, right? It's the ideal. So if you have AI that's creating a simulation of human thought, that's trying to mimic it, that it would be corrupt in its nature, right?
But AI is, in terms of the integrity of it, it's not. This is what I'm saying. Like humans could get to that thought. You know what I mean, by doing the actual like linear algebra themselves, calculating out all these like vectors of like these word relationships, all this kind of stuff, and working out the logic themselves. But AI is just a super fast way of being able to do it. Like for example, like rather than like write an actual debate prompt, let's say abortion, death penalty, whatever, I can literally just type into AI. It can give me think now the arguments themselves, like there's still that kind of point where, at least with the AI that we have access to, where you have to kind of like take that and then kind of formulate it into a better argument or a more structured argument in terms of there. But like I said, it's pretty much at that level where it's kind of like it can mimic a lot of the stuff with the human behavior, seen with the robots and all that kind of stuff. Like there will be some people who like all they do is they just sit on the scratch. They're just on the scratcher. They're sitting on their arse all day, smoking weed, playing Xbox. Like, what are
Well,
these people going to do with themselves?
I agree. I agree with what you're saying, that like, it can do those things just faster than humans. You're like, yeah, humans can do this. It's just that AI is a way of saving time. My only question is like, where do you think humans are going to be like 3 or 4 generations down the line once they have that tool and they realize how time saving it is, right? Where a kid's just like, well, I can do this myself, but I can just ask AI to do it and it will do it quicker and faster. And then 3 or 4 generations later, do you think any humans are going to be able to say, I can do this shit? It's just AI can do it faster. I think no, they're not going to be able to do that shit because their parents never learned how to do it because they just kept asking AI. And now they can't either. I mean, do you think that like 200 years down the line, we're going to have people the likes of Shakespeare or the likes of Plato, for example, when they've never had to fucking think or do anything for themselves? They just ask AI to do it.
But
Like,
that's
you're
what
going
I'm
to have
saying.
a
Like
regression. Like,
there will be people who will be able to utilize AI to kind of alleviate this kind of like what would be the word? Like they'd be able to use AI to be better, whereas there'd be people who will like use AI to basically just get through life. Do you know what I mean? Like I said,
yeah.
like there are people nowadays that they're just NPCs, that they actually don't think for themselves. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, just look, there's people nowadays. This is the scariest thing. There's people nowadays who do not how to fucking write. They do not know how to write. They can't do. They can't write for shit. Like I went to school. There was still in my school, and if I went to a regular school, I wouldn't have learned this. But my school was like fucking old fashioned. We had to learn calligraphy, right? I did calligraphy the other day for like, because my friend asked me to just come up with an invitation thing for a party, and he knew that I can do that, and he asked me to do it. And his kid saw me doing it, and the kid looked at me like I was a fucking magician. I was like I was like doing some wizardry or some shit. I'm like, and he was like, "Oh, I thought that you need a computer to do that because his computer can do it. He can choose that type font, right?" But the kid can't even write his own. He can barely write his own fucking name with a pen in his hand. And this is such a rudimentary skill that only in the last couple of generations, like you see kids losing out on. They can't fucking do it because they grew up just fucking using a keyboard their whole life. So it worries me, like when things get even more advanced, like they're not going to know how to do basic shit that we take for granted now.
There will be. This is the thing, right? There is that kind of like sense of like that, like I put it this way: it's like AI is only relatively new in the past couple of years. Like there's been like this kind of like explosion, but it's going to keep going at more exponential. Like Kat's doing all of her songs, all this kind of stuff now. Kat's going to have like
Yeah,
a whole
oh my
pop
god,
career.
we're gonna have a world of cats. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy.
Wow.
It's gonna be crazy, folks. But yeah, but before that, like obviously like that kid like still don't know, like, and we're at like 2024 where we're like the most advanced, all this kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? And there's people who can't even read and write, like you were saying. So like it does not matter how much you try to offer these people. It does not matter how much you try to like guide them to the river. If you take a horse you can take a horse to a river, but you can't make him drink. You know what I mean?
I
And
thought
it's
we were
like,
drowning them. Okay, that's better.
but it's like no, I'm not saying that, but like it's like that is a genuine question. Like, what are we
Mhm.
going to do with these people? Where it's like you give them like to the story of Zeus, like you give them everything, and they're still just kind of like they're not willing to do anything with their lives. Whereas there are other people, for example, where they have that kind of instinct of like they want that kind of pursuit of knowledge, they want that pursuit of kind of like they want to offer some sort of value in their thing, and they will pursue it. And things like AI is like, could you imagine if we go back to like the ancient Greeks and we show them the AI? They'd be like, "Holy shit, this is amazing!" But there will still be people who'd be like, "No, that's the devil's work or whatever," and they'll try to destroy it like they did with the Library of Alexandria. You know what I mean? It's like that's where we're basically at, and that's why you're seeing this whole kind of like push for like socialism and all this kind of thing, universal basic income and all like Kat was saying there. It's like they just see us as cattle because
What's
it's
this?
like, yeah, go ahead.
There is a possibility that there will be people like the Amish who are like, no AI, we're just gonna till the land. Amish down the street is going to do whatever by hand, no computers, no nothing. So that means we got to go to Amish land.
We're gonna have to start our own, but like it'll be like better fashion because like, come on, I'm not.
Oh, we can stick it in like whatever decade we could do. Do you want to do 2000s, 90s?
You know, which
80s?
like I would like to be stuck in. Like I really like the
Mid to late 90s. The mid to late 90s. Yes.
That was hell.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
I was so happy.
Hammer pants?
I'm not doing hammer pants. I'm not doing
that was
the low
early
rise
90s.
jeans
That was
again.
early 90s.
You can't even like pick up something on the floor. Your
Wait,
whole
did you
ass is
say-
out.
Did you say you wouldn't do low rise jeans?
Yes.
Fuck you, Pat. This was when the world was the best. You know what happened after the 90s? Women started wearing their jeans higher and higher and higher and higher to the point where they wear their jeans now, where an old granddad would pull it up over his gut, right?
Yes.
That's where girls wear their jeans up to now.
Yes.
We get it. Bitches are fat today. They need to hide their guns and everything else, right? But then what happened at the same time is men started wearing their jeans lower and lower and lower to where you see kids in the hood with their jeans around their fucking knees. Okay? This is wrong. Men need to pull their jeans the fuck up, and girls, pull yours down. Right?
Gotta have
Lose
those
the
apple
weight.
bottom jeans.
Don't think that your fucking jeans hide how fat you are. They don't. Lose the weight, wear your jeans down where they're supposed to be.
Around your ankles.
Oh my god.
Yeah. This is embarrassing.
Also,
today.
that bitch, that bitch,
chin.
yeah, that bitch is about 30 years too old to be showing that much skin. I'm just saying. But
Which
yeah,
one?
like the whatever the fuck Kat was showing there, like the granny
This
essentially that's
demon
riding a
lady.
horse.
Yeah.
Who the fuck is this demon lady?
I've been showing this for a while now. You guys haven't noticed?
Nah.
Okay. So
Daemon
this
just saw red as soon as he heard jeans. He's like, these bitches with their fucking jeans.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. Jesus Christ. Bring back old school Christina Aguilera and fucking Britney. They knew how to wear jeans back in the day.
Oh god.
Oh,
Did you see
God.
Christina Aguilera looks great?
Oh yeah, no, she's fat as fuck now, unfortunately.
No, she's
No, she
not.
lost weight.
She lost it all. She's
Ozempic.
Ozempic.
Oh
Let's
no,
go.
does she have the Ozempic face as well?
No, she looks great.
Oh, good. All right then. Man, I don't know. Like, see, Christina was awesome. I don't know how many kids they had to sacrifice if she looks hot now, but I bet it's worth it.
I think
At
so.
least 20. At least 20.
Who the fuck is this?
That's Christina now.
What are you talking about? She's gorgeous.
That's
This is
George
Netflix
Washington
hired
according
to
to
do the
Google AI.
Christina Aguilera biography. This is Netflix version of Christina Aguilera.
The melanotan peptide has gone
Yeah.
a little bit too
He's
far.
going to start singing "I Am Beautiful."
And I don't know what to do. But yeah, like this is what I'm saying. Like in terms of the like, basically, like my main message is be not afraid. AI is nothing but mathematics. You know what I mean? But and like people say, but it's so powerful. Yeah, that's why mathematics is so powerful. But this is why like I've been kind of getting on this kind of like trend of kind of like trying to get thought provoking conversations, trying to like get people, train people to think for themselves. And like again, like I don't want to kind of go off in the derailment of this, but like, and I'm more than willing, because I think I saw Daemon in chat as well. I'm more than willing to constantly keep getting kicked off VK for asking or for stating the question of you cannot step in the same river twice, right? That sounds fucked up, but at the end of the day, it's designed in order for people to start thinking. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, Damon, would you agree that you can't step in the same river twice?
Well, literally or metaphorically.
See, now all of a sudden we're exploring. It's like, okay, like, are we talking about literally here? Are we talking about generally here? Are we talking about like metaphorically? You know what I mean? It's like because the river is constantly changing, and then you can go to like to the next level of the supernatural. Yeah, go ahead.
Everything flows. Yeah.
Exactly. Do you know what I mean? And it's like even with the discussion with Daemon and stuff, it's like, no, it's called the same river. So you're stepping in the same river, but then the days are there are days that are called the same thing. Can you live the same day twice? Like, can you live the same Friday twice? Clearly no, because time has passed. It's a week later. It's going to be a different day. That's the general kind of concept to it. But like this is where
Heraclitus was the shit, dude. I mean, there was so much shit that he informed. With regards to, I mean, like, because his point was that it's not just that it's not the same river, but it's not the same man either. Like, it's not just the river that's changing, it's you that's changing as well.
Heraclitus went super rational. He's like, well, technically, you can't even step into the same river once.
Well, need to smoke a little bit more before you go into.
Yeah, like, and that was kind of like the whole kind of like thing that like Plato was trying to respect, where it's like there is that kind of like rationale or a super rationale that you can go to, but you can lose your mind in that. Here's this kind of theory of forms that we have in terms of like when I say river, we generally would accept or kind of understand what we're saying. Otherwise, like everything like fucking loses meaning. Do you know what I mean? Another kind of like good thought experiment as well as it was with Socrates when he says, the only thing I know is that I know nothing. Now, clearly that is paradoxical, but it's designed to get you to think in terms of like, well, hang on a second, I actually don't know everything. I don't know what tomorrow brings. You know what I mean? And like that's where I kind of had that kind of like not eureka moment, but like this whole kind of like, because with religion you have that like irrational kind of hope. You always have that hope that like God's out there. There's something that there's a higher power. So like I can't I can't descend into nihilism because I cannot know. But like and then the opposite way is in terms of the atheist you would at least anticipate would be, oh, it just descends into nihilism. And like in modern day atheists, like that basically what you're seeing a lot of that happening because they're so rational. They think, oh, like, yeah, I know everything. But my counter to that nihilism is, well, if you're agnostic, all you can say is that you don't know everything. You don't know what tomorrow brings. Even if you're on a stranded island, it seems as though you're fucked, but you don't know that a helicopter flies over the next day, or that there's a tribe on the opposite side of the island, and all they do is they party all day. You know what I mean? And all of a sudden you're in a completely different scenario. You know what I mean?
This is why we need to start the religion of AI.
No.
Immediately.
Praise Lord Jesus Christ.
We call it I.
Oh my god.
Ma'am, do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior AI?
Okay,
Well, the thing
before
is,
we
is
go
that
on,
this dips into something. I haven't watched it yet. I want to watch it. I didn't have time because of work. But this dips into something I would have loved to have spoken with Tareyak about on his Theological Thursday thing, because you were talking about the noble light. And how are we going to sell people on AI in the future accepting it unless because we know that that's going to shape society in some way. It's going to reshape society in some way, and it's going to probably come to like a massive culling of humanity, or it's going to become about in a massive brainwashing. And AI will be the tool that can do the brainwashing because everybody is getting fed via social media nowadays. So you probably are going to see some kind of noble lie if it's going to try and build some kind of society that survives.
Well, here's the thing, Daemon, right? Look at this. Like even Plato recognized that it's like you need to guide the civilization with a religion. You take out religion, everything falls, and like you get a power vacuum essentially. And like that's what we're seeing nowadays, where it's like men could be women, women could be men, and we're telling children, yeah, you can cut your genitals off, but you can't get a tattoo, and you can't you can't drink alcohol. Like Jesus Christ, if I just cut my dick off, the first thing I need is a fucking shot of whiskey. You know what I'm saying? Like Jesus Christ. You know what I mean?
But see, this
like
is, yeah, sorry, go on.
Like,
No,
it's just like I said, like that kind of power vacuum off it, and it's like it'll get to kind of like that stage of, like I said, I don't want this kind of burning of Alexandria moment. You know what I mean? But it also is like that kind of point of view of like you need to be able to guide. You need to be able to like you can, for example, like teach kids about like if I was to say to a kid like you can't step in the same river twice. They will have no fucking concept of what I am or what I'm doing or like what I'm talking about kind of thing. They'd be like, but a river thing, like, but like that theory of the forms is basically like your life raft. I mean, so you don't lose your fucking mind.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Jesus Christ, Cat, what are you doing?
Abdul, get the rocks.
The thing it's bad enough that Kat doesn't prepare for her own streams, but then when there's people there who are actually trying to talk some sense, she's torpedoing her own fucking channel.
Yep.
Well, we're all into conspiracies. Look at this.
We're not talking conspiracy theory shit.
This is everything we talk about is conspiracy theory shit. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna pull up the Hitler clip. I'm gonna start pulling up Hitler clips if we don't get this, if we don't write this shit.
Pat, you're gonna scare Tareyak away again. You just got Tareyak back. Like, don't be.
The yak was just back.
Shit.
He's gonna start eating peanuts again if you don't watch out.
Hey, no, I'm done with the peanut life. I'm all about that carnivore lifestyle. You know what I'm saying?
You're done with the peanut life.
I'm not gonna be in the peanut gallery no more.
Yeah, you need that.
I'm
meat
first
in your
row,
mouth.
baby.
Oh man!
I'm good with these salty nuts in my mouth. I've seen the light.
Good.
My Lord and Savior, hey, save my soul.
You now need some meat curtain.
Brother, can you testify?
The thing is that you know how some people believe that, like, you know, there's some people out there who, oh, what is this? What the fuck is this?
This is what happens when you eat too many burritos, okay?
Wait, look. Should I get on Ozempic?
No, you do not need to lose more weight. No.
What is Ozempic? Like I've heard that like a lot of Americans say that.
Yeah, this is why she's thin again. So we need to get me some Ozempic.
No, you do not need Ozempic. You don't need Ozempic.
It's
You're
just
fine. No,
10 pounds and I'll be good.
From where?
Yeah, Kat's going to go on Ozempic if she's just going to lose her tits. That's it.
Exactly.
Like,
that's where it's going to come from first. We don't need the melons to be, because you're Dr. Melons. We don't need Dr. Melons to become Dr.
Good God.
What would it be now?
Tic Tacs, Dr. Tic Tacs.
Dr. Tic Tacs.
Why is her zipper on full display? What the fuck is up with this?
That's
like,
interesting.
That's disgusting fashion for you. Didn't you like the previous fashion show I was showing?
Why is she wearing pants with a dick hole in them in the first place?
I don't know. I'm
like,
so
literally, what is the purpose of that zipper?
It's a terrible outfit. The whole thing's got to go in the trash.
The purpose of that zipper is for a guy to be able to zip it down, take his cock out, and take a piss.
Whoa.
It literally, like, she's literally taking the piss, but like metaphorically speaking, not literally speaking.
The sad thing is that we know that even though she's lost the weight, if she took the clothes off, it would not look good.
No,
We have some other photos.
You don't go from being as a woman that fat to being that slim. And what the fuck is up with her face? No, go back. Go back. What's that?
This is her face.
That's what Ozempic does to you. You lose collagen, elastin.
The face looks
muscle.
fine. They just you can't do anything to the neck.
No, that
No, she's got
sunken.
cheek implants and she's done something to her jaw and chin.
She probably got injections in the jaw and chin.
Guys, she's old.
And I'm sorry, the
She's
cheeks.
old. It happens. Nobody's
Not
gonna
that
look
old.
Nobody's gonna look 20 forever.
Just the color and everything. It's like, why is it that so many women are trying to look like the fucking Kardashians now? What's up with this contouring and the fucking eyebrows and everything?
I
It's
think contouring came about because
not
they
a good
want
look.
everybody to look like drag queens so that they can hide men better as women.
Yes, don't do that. This is the uglification of women. We see it in the media all the time. Look at Netflix. They cast the same ugly bitches in every TV show. None of them are attractive. I don't understand why the fuck we're allowing them to do this. You look at TV shows 15, 20 years ago. Look at what the women look like then. Look at what they look like now. They all look fucking mid as fuck. Like barely mid as fuck.
I completely agree. Those Golden Girls, people these days don't hold a candle to the Golden Girls.
No, but you just look like girls nowadays. Like everyone on Netflix have got like a book of with the girls that they cast and everything. There's that one girl who looks like her face was just stung by bees. She looks awful in everything she's in. I don't know who she's fucking at Netflix or who she's related to, but it's just all of these girls are just fuck ugly. And I don't understand what the purpose of it is. Do they think this is going to create more gay men because there's just no women attracting them? I don't understand. I don't know.
No, see, if you get men used to jerking off to women in contour, they're going to have no problem transitioning to men in contour trying to look like women. Do you see?
Yeah.
And it's already happened. 58% of men that were caught cheating on websites, dating apps, were cheating with men cheating with men on their wives.
I just remember I was laughing because there was like an interview that popped up on Facebook, on one of the Facebook reels, where they were talking to, who the fuck were they talking to? I don't know if it was Scarlett Johansson or someone else that was in the Avengers, right? And they were talking to us like an interview, just being like, so tell us your prep. And everyone was like, oh my God, it was this grueling thing where she had to go through this like months of exercising and diet and all of this to lose like 8 pounds or something. I'm like, what the fuck?
What?
You had to lose 8 pounds and you're crying about all the training and workout and dieting that you had to do to lose 8 fucking pounds when you're a fat bitch to begin with. Like, they were talking about a girl who is pretty curvy, and losing 8 pounds is not fucking hard.
Yes,
right?
it is. I have been trying to lose the same 8
No,
pounds.
I'm sorry. No, it's not.
Years.
Especially when everybody else that was in that film with you that was a guy had to take those fucking Disney steroids and put on like 40 pounds of pure muscle.
Yeah,
right?
but that's steroids. You can't do that as a girl.
In films nowadays is expected to look like fucking Schwarzenegger. Any guy in the film nowadays has to literally start shooting up a cocktail of shit that would make the Russians blush. And you have a girl giving a sob story about how she had to lose 8 pounds. Fuck you.
Wow.
Yeah,
and girls talking about, I'm objectified. Jesus Christ, have you seen men in films nowadays?
I also just like to point out, it's like,
no,
if you look at my screen, like this is basically like what you'll see, like what's underneath the clothes when people take Ozempic.
Zoidberg shit, man, fucking hell.
But yeah, like to the main point of hey trippy, like to the main point of what like Damon's saying as well. It's like, you know, like even just being able to like manage your weight nowadays is a struggle. But like as like Damon will be able to test like a bit of carnivore, bit of intermittent fasting, like that weight will shred off you. Do you know what I mean? In America, it's even find it's even like with all the shit that's in the food, like seed oils and like all these kind of like red 16 and all these kind of like fucked up like colorings and
Red
and
16?
that's all
It's
they got.
red 40.
Wait, no.
Yeah, red
Yellow
40.
5.
No,
chemicals.
he's talking about a new color. So what is red 16?
Is that a real thing?
I don't know what red, no, that's what I'm saying. Like red 40, it's like and yellow. Maybe it's yellow
16?
16 or yellow 6.
What
It's like all these fucked up chemicals they're putting on it just to change the color. Like here's a good example. Kat, pull up a picture of the color of Fanta in the EU and the color of Fanta in America.
They use
Europe versus US. Okay.
I do remember it is completely different.
Yeah.
And the
Like the
taste.
European one.
Oh, the taste.
European one should be like a yellowy. Yeah, exactly. European one is on the right hand side. It's like yellowy, kind of like orange, whereas the one on the left hand side is American. So they're putting all these chemicals, cancer causing chemicals into it. They're risking that just so it gets more orange. So it's more appealing to the eye, essentially.
And
Like
it's
this-
way
Have you
more
seen-
sugar.
I'm not being funny. Have you seen a real orange? It doesn't look like the one on the left.
Exactly.
Like
Of course,
when you
of
actually
course.
cut into it,
No.
when you cut into it, it looks more like the one on the right.
Maybe a mandarin, but even
No.
then, not quite that color.
Like this, but this is what I'm saying. It's like getting back to this whole kind of like fasting, because fasting was in all the ancient religions for a reason. You know what I mean? Like intermittent fasting, even do like a prolonged fast, like maybe
Well,
like once or twice a year.
Oh,
Like
by the
maybe-
way, Tareyak, next week
Yes.
is my last week of the lion diet, dude.
Oh.
My man.
Yeah.
Why are you going to stop?
He's gonna go to the truthful diet.
What the heck?
No, because the lion diet is very, very
Oh.
restricted. It's literally meat, salt, and water. But
Yeah.
like once he's kind of going to go on to that, and then maybe like expand upon like adding
I'm
eggs,
gonna
bacon.
go. I'm gonna go on to carnivore afterwards. I'm
Yeah.
gonna move on to like other meats and shit.
Make sure, Damon, make sure you get your organs. If you're doing carnivore, you've got to have organs.
Yeah,
So-
dude, man, I like liver, hearts, pussy. No, what?
Oh,
Jesus.
You could do coaglia. You could,
No, stop being weird. Okay. My God.
Also, chicken thighs or chicken legs, because you get like a lot of bones from them as well. You get like the fat from the skin, all that kind of stuff. Very, very nice. But
Yeah.
then after that, you can get the bones, put that into a thing,
Wait,
make a bit of brown broth.
okay. I don't mean to geek out on this, but chickens are not ruminants. Whatever the chickens are given, it goes into their fat. So if you're going to have chicken, you should have breast, no skin, no fat, because whatever it is they're given, and they're given all kinds of junk.
Oh, yeah. They
Zero.
Well, you know,
doubt
they're
about
in
that.
Europe.
No,
They feed them
there's-
plastic here.
They're still given whatever junk. Doesn't matter. Like chickens can't. It's difficult for them to like maintain anything on a.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that you get like a dual value, because it's like you can use the bones then for bone broth. Do you know what I mean? And then you can get like vitamins and
Have
minerals, all that kind of shit from that. You know,
beef bone over chicken bone.
I've got beef bone
it's
broth.
better. Yeah,
And, yeah, I'm having beef bone broth and beef stock as well.
Yeah.
I drink beef stock. Aside from that, I just drink water. But I'm sorry, I am going to go back to having some once in a while in moderation spirits. I don't drink beer or any shit like that. I'm cutting carbs still, but yeah. At
Is
least
that
I can
because
have
you're
some
a bit fat?
No. It was because I had a inflammation issue in my shoulder and in my fucking in my ankle and my knee from old
Your
rugby
ankle, you say?
Rugby.
injuries. Yeah. Well, the ankle was actually basketball injury.
Mm.
Oh, he's a
Why?
sports.
Why did you say ooh when I said ankle? Oh, yeah, I know why. Nobody was chasing me through a forest. Don't worry.
That you remember. You don't remember it because Diddy said you're gonna wake up next to me and not remember what happened the days before.
Oh, maybe. Was Justin Bieber one of the ankle kids?
I think so.
Did you know a large black man in your past?
Oh my gosh. He's not that big.
well, one thing I will say is Justin Bieber found out that he was going to learn today. Gonna learn about this long dick.
Oh my
Yeah, that's
god.
right.
We're not allowed to say the F word, Tareyak.
You can't say that.
Freedom.
We're not
gets
allowed
it.
to say it.
No. Anyways, calm
Oh, fuck.
down.
It
That-
upsets all the puffs working for YouTube. You're not allowed to say it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyways, we're yes. Everybody's gonna calm down.
We're not going to talk about that hill.
Calm down.
Yeah. So I have some text messages I would like to discuss.
Wait, did somebody text you?
Where's my phone? Okay. So I
What about
lost
Body Boys? Can we talk about
What?
Body Boys?
who?
Body Boys?
No. We talk about nice things, Tareyak.
Can
By
you
the
stop?
way, Kat, on your diet, what sweets can you eat?
Ice cream.
Just ice cream, nothing else. You should talk
Soup
to
Lay's?
Tareyak.
Wait. No, you need to explain what the ice cream you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, we saw this. She tried to buy gallons of it a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, yes.
The Persian ice cream.
Basically, ice cream
But
with
wait,
a lot of
are you
egg
allowed to
yolk.
have
Yeah,
candy
egg
and stuff?
yolk.
No,
So Kat's
no-
like, yeah, I
no
need
more.
to lose 10 pounds, but then she's like buying gallons of fucking ice cream. Like,
And by the way,
Do
he
you know,
did
you
not
should
buy it
talk
for
to
me.
Tareyak, because there's a place in Ireland where people make their own sweets, right? They make their own desserts. There's lots of places around the UK as well, especially places like Brighton, for example, where they do that as well. And they make it themselves. You know, they pack their own fudge. There's loads of fudge packers.
Good
around
God.
Ireland. There's
Well, Tom Cruise has a lot of
celebrities. It's very
experience
famous
in
among
that.
celebrities to do it as well. P. Diddy.
Mhm.
Oh,
P. Diddy's he's a phenomenal fudge packer, allegedly.
Oh, gosh, I mean, he knows how to pack fudge.
Okay,
so
everywhere in the
quickly. He
media.
does
There's
it
so
Look,
many people in the
everybody's
media.
muted. Everybody's good. I swear.
In the UK, especially for the
fudge packers.
BBC, with the BBC and with P. Diddy, apparently, they like to teach kids how to pack fudge. They do it with children. Yeah. In the BBC, full of kids getting their fudge packed.
Sometimes they like to add nuts to the
Stop,
fudge.
stop. Okay, so
Yeah.
anyway,
Or creamy center.
enough.
Yeah. They all end up going home with a creamy center.
Yep.
I'm beating everybody. So anyways, so let's go
Beating
back
off
to
it.
let's shut up, Steven. Wow.
Fill them up like a Twinkie.
What kind of feminist shit is this? Like a woman telling a man to shut up.
Yeah.
Who the fuck do you think you are, Kat?
Really?
My God. Anyways, so my diet is how much meat do you think I eat in the morning?
Not enough.
Stop. Like what would you
It's 1/3 pound.
a third pound of just ground beef.
Ground beef, 90-10 ground beef.
Okay, I have that's what I have for breakfast, and then
Which
I
you're
have
supposed to have an additional 3 eggs along with it, but you don't.
it's too much food. I can't eat that much. And then I have no lunch, and then for dinner I'll have like a third pound of
I
ground
have
beef.
No idea how much you have.
That's exactly.
Oh, wait a second, Kat. By the way, earlier on, Steve, when you said, did I do it to lose weight, right?
Mhm.
I was about 15, 16-ish% body fat. I'm probably a bit lower than I want to be now because I did lose quite a bit, but I also, because I couldn't eat enough fucking meat to get the protein that I needed. I did
Me
tell
neither.
Tareyak, I noticed I have lost quite a bit of muscle mass, but I'm going to try and regulate it when I go onto carnivore by taking I'll take protein powder again. But I need to be careful to get enough fat though, because I don't want to get the protein poisoning.
Do not get. Okay, wait. It'd take a lot for you to get protein poisoning.
Isn't it if you get over 50%?
Define 50%.
Well,
Yeah, you want
didn't
like at
they
least
say if you get-
30% fat from your calories.
Yeah.
No.
Oh wait, no, sorry.
Where are you
70%.
getting that from?
70%.
Where are you getting that from?
Well,
Dave Asprey.
just fucking resources that we looked up. It was saying that if you get over 50% of your calories in protein, then you risk protein poisoning.
That's fake.
No. I mean, you do.
You can't eat enough.
Wait,
your body won't let you eat enough
You
to get
do.
that.
No, you can. But
Maybe if you do protein
you-
powder or something
you
stupid.
do need fat. So there's like, you know, if you're out in the wilderness, you're only eating rabbit and you're not eating the rabbit's organs, you can actually get, it's like a protein poisoning sort of thing. You actually end up starving and dying. There's a name for it. I forgot the name. So that's why you need to eat the organs. That's why you need to eat the fat. That's why you need to eat all these things when you're doing carnivore. And if you need more information about this, please read Carnivore Code by Dr. Paul Saladino.
But
He's
he's
an
an
MD.
Asbury fan.
He's an MD.
Is Paul Saladino
Now,
the
I'm
guy
not
who's
saying
no
for you to
longer
go and do that diet
Yes, okay.
unless you have this very specific reason for it. And even then, you should only do it for a short period of time. He has to do it because he has autoimmune disease and he can't have any vegetables or anything else like that. But he went back on using honey and a few tubers. He did not do it for very long, like completely strict. And I might note that he is also having egg yolks. He's also having meat. He's also having
honey.
He's also having lots of salt, and so and he's having fat, tallow, things like that. So it's not just pure protein. Nobody should be having pure protein. And
unless you're Michaela Peterson and you're not wanting to treat your mold illness the proper way, this is the diet will at least get rid of the symptoms.
No, but I was saying that, like, if I was supplementing protein, if I was taking protein powders, right, I would have to balance it by getting more animal fat as well, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's basically what I was saying.
Well, butter's your best friend.
Eating too much protein, like, and you need at least 1 gram of protein per pound. I don't know about kilos, but probably what?
Yeah.
Per pound of body weight, target body weight. Don't lose your muscle. I lost my muscle. I used to be way more muscular than what I was.
That's what I'm saying, because it's painful, man. When you fucking lose muscle, it's painful. Like,
No,
did it just shrink? Like, I don't think it got denser and shrunk, because like I was feeling like I used to play basketball and rugby on different seasons, and when I had to kind of start doing basketball training, and I stopped training I stopped all the lifting training that I was doing for rugby, you would feel that you're losing some muscle mass, and it's not a nice feeling. It is fucking uncomfortable. And I've been feeling that over the past couple of weeks. It's the pain that I had from inflammation and shit went away. So like Lion Diet definitely works for that stuff. Digestion wise, you feel a lot better. So like that was really good. But I did feel like some of the kind of aches that you get from losing muscle mass.
But that's why I think like you need to eat more, because like you're like what, like 6'4" or something like that.
6'8", 6'9" Yeah.
Yeah, so like you should have been. I think you should have been eating more, or you should be eating more. But you were saying that you were kind of like struggling to eat that much.
I told you how much I was eating, man. I fucking ate a lot. There was one day where I literally ate a whole fucking leg of lamb and half a shoulder. So like in one fucking day.
It was still alive too.
Yeah, I was trying to run away, but once that leg was gone,
he was holding it by the bullocks. He wouldn't let him go.
But like, for example, like to put in perspective, like I eat at least in terms of a day, like 0.75 kilograms of mince or ground beef for the Americans, which is like 1.65 pounds of ground beef.
Well, dude, did I send you the picture? I had that, like, it was 1.3 kilos of Wagyu beef brisket. Like I had that. Yeah.
But it's like
nice.
that's the important thing to. And I'm only 5'8". I'm not a big guy. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm 5'8", 140 pounds. But like that's what I'm saying. It's like in terms of my thing. But I also do OMAD. So like I fast. Like I only eat once a day. I mean, so like I fast for like the rest of the day, all that kind of thing. I mean, so it's like that's another trick in terms of like getting autophagy, all this kind of stuff, like getting your body in that kind of like method of like repairing its cells and all this kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, but also like I'm also a cheap bastard as well. So I don't want to like if I basically want kind of like if I can get 90% of the benefits without having to do, let's say add in this kind of thing and that kind of thing. If I get 90% of the benefits just from eating the 80-20 mince. Like I don't even use butter because I just get like 80-20 mince. And it's like that kind of works out in terms of like like we're saying there, like 70% of the fat and versus the 30% of protein. That's good enough for me, kind of thing. But Like I said, like that's just what works for me personally. There's other people who can't eat ground beef every single day, whereas I don't mind eating ground beef every day. You know what I mean?
And then
Well,
totally
there's
blow
people who are
out
like,
any of that by vaping all day.
Exactly. Because that's another thing I'm testing too, Stephen. It's like testosterone. Apparently, nicotine is good for your testosterone.
Whatever makes you feel better.
No, because like I said, that's something that I've heard at least. Well, I want your opinion on it as well. That I want to be able
I've not
to
heard any of that.
cross-reference
I'm
and
not
verify.
saying it's not true, but there's so many drawbacks to the vaping. I'm not saying the nicotine itself, use nicotine patch, whatever, but like what's in that vape, what it's doing to your lungs, not worth it. Long term, not worth it. There's other chemicals in there than just the nicotine. It's not pure. No, and there's an addiction. Yeah, it's good for neurochemicals. It's good for neuroplasticity. Yeah, I know that. But there's other things that are good for it. You don't need that.
There's another thing as well that it constricts veins and all that kind of shit, doesn't it?
Yeah, vasoconstriction, so keeps things in your head.
Yeah, and it's like what's it
Okay.
fucking because if like because I know it was like a week after like I quit the both of them and like I was basically kind of like cold turkey or whatever. Like my gums would bleed more and shit like that. Like it was
Your
like
cum would bleed more?
no, my gums.
Gums. Okay.
What's scary is that Tareyak didn't say I got bleeding gums. It was just it bleeds more. It bleeds more than they normally do. They always
More than
bleed.
normal.
That's what I meant. That it's
I've
like
always
it
got
was more
the
sensitive on
bleeding
shit.
gums. It's just that it was literally bleeding like fuck. Like
Okay, so
When I went carnivore, I didn't get any plaque on my teeth. I was literally brushing my teeth and there was nothing to brush. It was the weirdest thing ever.
Mhm.
Is that normal?
Well, you know,
Are we not? We're not supposed to have plaque. That means we're not supposed to eat anything.
You
but
have
meat.
a microbiome in your mouth.
No, there
and
was nothing in there.
Yes, I understand, but the meat wasn't feeding that microbiome in your mouth. You
So
didn't have
all the
carbohydrates
bad
for it
stuff
to feed off. You didn't have any
died.
sugars to feed off of. Yes, it would die, and then
That was great.
something else could take over. It
just-
could have more pathogenic bacteria.
Don't give me that.
over.
Don't put
I mean,
that
I'm just
on me.
saying. I'm just saying that.
No.
But if you have bleeding gums, that is just a surface teller sign of deeper issues happening, of inflammation.
We need like a full blood test on this little leprechaun. I feel.
Actually, you should probably. I think everyone should do this. Is a cone beam CT scan to look at all of the to see if there's any nerve root inflammation.
That sounds expensive.
It's not.
Oh, they're in
I have
Europe
no
anyways.
idea
I
how
bet
much
it covers it over there, you little bastard.
So if you have like an infection in one of your nerve roots, it could actually be giving you inflammation, which can give you.
Is that like $50,000 scan for us?
No. It's not that expensive.
How
So,
much?
I don't remember.
Give me a price, because not
I-
expensive to you is always ridiculous.
I've had a lot of patients do it, and they didn't.
if you
complain.
go,
They're
if you
all
go
wealthy.
private, if you go private in the UK to private dentist, getting an X-ray is something like about 60 quid.
No,
60 quid. That would be something like in dollars wise, you're talking like $70 to $80.
This is not an average X-ray. Cone beam is completely different. If you've seen the imaging, it's like a
but like getting an MRI
around, you can zoom in and out, you can go from behind in different directions.
Yeah, but like for example, an MRI would be like 90. Like it's not. You're not talking like a lot.
Yeah, it would be cheap. Yeah, definitely less than an MRI for sure. Yeah, it would
So
be.
like, I mean, the thing is that it's because of the NHS that a lot of this shit costs a lot less. If we didn't have the NHS, then this shit would be fucking stupidly expensive. So that's why it determines the prices that private can charge or get away with charging. Like, I mean, the other day, a friend of mine who works in the radiology department just wanted me to hop on to take an X-ray of my leg because they wanted to take an ankle X-ray. I was like, no. I was actually scared of getting the X-ray. I was like, I don't want to see how bad it's fucked up.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, nah. Right now, I think that I can cope because I'm not aware of how bad it is, but I'm just afraid that they're going to X-ray it and see like there's nothing there. It's just held together with willpower. It's like, what's that? Whole goat milk. Oh, okay.
They took
Kat's
a
going to be
whole
doing
goat,
lines of
they turned it into
protein. You
milk.
know what I mean? And then she's going to get cancelled and blame us. You know what I'm saying? She's going to be like doing the. So anyway, I was, you know what I mean? Like Jordan Belfort over here. Do you know what I mean? You got all powder on the desk. You know, she's having meetings. You're doing lines. It's craziness.
Look, this is pure protein. I don't know why. There's nothing wrong. Nothing in it. It's just nothing. It's just 2 scoops is 28 grams with 7 grams of protein. That's not a lot.
7 grams isn't a lot.
What? 7
You want
grams
to
and 2
get you want to
scoops?
get the whey protein isolate. 1 scoop
Yeah.
is like nearly 30 grams of protein.
Yeah.
But this tastes good.
Okay, let's see you swallow the whole thing.
Yeah.
I can, no problem. It's not a problem. It's just I need like a shot glass. Now this tastes like ice cream. Like I don't know why this is so delicious.
It sounds like it tastes like us.
No, it tastes like ice cream. It's so ridiculously
cream.
good.
Well, it's stolen from baby cows, so it always tastes better.
It's so good.
Is it a flavored one or is it just
No,
regular?
this is just colostrum. That's how it tastes. It's so good. So this is my snack. I just take a fistfuls of colostrum.
A cat takes a fistful, people.
I was thinking double fist, but you know.
Weirdos. And then I have like
Well, she is 120.
Yeah.
So
Mm-hmm,
then I take a couple scoops of goat milk powder. For
she
a little
whistled
bit of
when she
protein.
walked. Sorry, go on.
That's it. This is what I have like to supplement some protein.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. But other than like the meat, I don't really eat anything.
Look at that pussy eating with his hands.
Good God. Look. Most
Oh.
women have lunch and they have more food than I eat. Yes or
Mhm.
yes?
Yeah.
No,
Mhm.
you eat burritos all the fucking time. Whenever we see
Just
you.
like this.
Only on
Just like this.
Saturday.
I have been forbidden to give her burritos anymore.
Yeah. Because of you
Because she
guys.
needs to
Burritos
lose that
lives
last
matters.
15 pounds.
Huh?
You said she needs to lose that last 15 pounds, right?
No. I don't
No, it's 20.
need to lose anything actually, but
No, I should lose a little bit, right?
no, I think you're fine. You're good. You do not need to lose. I don't want you to lose the boobs.
Oh yeah, I just
You need
got
to
boobs
lose those
when I got
last
fat.
25 pounds.
No, you didn't. You got boobs because of our child.
Yeah. So like,
It wasn't because of gaining weight.
yeah, well, that she weighed, or well, they, kids weigh money. I mean, not money.
Kids weigh money.
Okay, Diddy. Kids weigh
This is where we
money.
find out that Cat just traffics children.
They never suspect the women. You never suspect the women.
Worth their weight in gold.
Ah.
Yes.
Okay, getting back to AI.
No, we're done with AI.
Oh, we're done with AI.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now I want to talk to you guys about my friends that
Aliens.
I've lost.
Oh, it's a text message.
Oh,
Okay.
the Instagram whores.
They're
Buckle
not-
up, boys and girls.
We're gonna wait. Now's the
vodka,
segment
by
of
the
the
way.
show where we talk about Cat's whores. Go on, Cat.
Mhm.
Shut up.
Tell us about your useless whore friends.
Well, I wanted Steven here so that he can tell you guys if I'm. Stop eating snacks. They can hear it.
Mhm.
You're a doctor. You're not supposed to have snacks.
Cat, I hate to remind you, but you're a woman, so shut the fuck up and don't tell your husband that he can't speak. Carry on.
Yeah.
Don't show your mouth. Oh my god. Anyways, so can you stop chewing? Good
Tareyak,
God.
can you bring up the Sean Connery? Sometimes it's necessary to smack a woman.
Give him a schmuck.
Okay, hold on.
It's not good, but it's necessary.
She likes it.
Okay, so my friend sent me something, and all I responded was, "That's socialist propaganda."
Right.
Right.
Yes, listen to Modern Life Dating. Steve,
is the
next
point
time
of-
she tells you not to chew, you spit that food in her face. You
Mhm.
spit that in her woman face.
Oh my God.
Give her that hawk tour.
Yeah.
Kat, before we begin, I have a very important, informative video that I need to share with the class.
Steve, don't
Wow.
keep your
How
mouth
do you
closed.
know it?
Open chewing, Steve. Noisy open chewing. There you go.
Guys.
Don't do
Oh,
it with
yeah,
a
here we
clenched
are.
fist. It's better to do it with an open hand.
Mm.
Yeah, remember that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I didn't love that.
haven't changed my opinion.
You haven't.
No,
Hey,
not at all.
Do you think it's good to slap a woman?
No, I don't think it's good.
You don't think it's
it
bad,
must- I don't think it's that bad. I think that it depends entirely on the circumstances and if it merits it. Yeah.
Or what would merit it?
Well,
If it merits
if you
it.
have tried everything else, and women are pretty good at this, they can't leave it alone. They don't want to have the last word, and you give them the last word, but they're not happy with the last word. They want to say it again, and get into a really provocative situation.
Do you do that?
Then I think it's absolutely right.
You
What?
said,
Oh my
Based.
gosh.
We
Wow.
lost a pioneer the day that man died.
He's
Legend.
dead?
Yeah, he died.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, goddamn legend.
Thank God he didn't live long enough to see James Bond turn to shit
Yeah.
Mm.
with that last fucking excuse for a movie.
That
Fuck.
would have ended his life earlier. I mean, if you would have seen that, that would have
Okay.
been the end of his life.
And especially seeing the adverts that fucking, what's his name? Fucking Craig is doing now. Dressing up like a fucking puff.
Okay, I want to read you guys this text exchange, and you tell me if I was out of line or if I made the right decision. And you could be completely honest, because I know you guys don't care about my feelings anyways. So so anyways, so she sent me something. I'm like, that's socialist propaganda. And then she goes, it's NPR, laugh out loud. And I'm like, yeah, but it's now funded
Exactly.
by
I was going to say exactly. NPR. Fucking hell.
I know. So then I'm like, it's now funded, blah, 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 and whatever. And then she's like, what do you define as socialism and communism? I'm like, you can look up definitions. That was a little mean, but whatever. And then she's like, because they're buzzwords of fear by the far right for people who don't actually understand what that means. And I'm like, okay, well, my parents left socialist countries, so I think I would know a little bit about what that means. And then she's like, the fact that people really believe that the Democrats control the weather is insane. And I'm like, how did we get here? And
Yeah.
she's like, the fact the far right is politicizing a natural disaster is evil. And she's like my parents might lose their home. F Trump. And I'm like, okay, we don't agree to it in this. And then she's like, and this dumb idiot agenda, and it's all due to climate change, period. And then I said, F communism, F
So wait a
demon
second, wait a
worshiping
second.
Democrats.
Wait a second. She thinks that it's stupid to believe. She thinks that it's stupid to believe that the Democrats are controlling the weather, but she believes that climate change is the fault of the far right.
Yes.
So she thinks that the right wing are controlling the weather, but she thinks
Look,
it's stupid
I
to believe that
freaking
the
don't
left
understand. She doesn't make any sense. And then she's like, it's a cult. MAGA is a cult. And then I'm like, Democrats are a cult. And then I'm like, why are you crazy about trying to convince other people to join if it's not a cult? And then she's like, I thought my sister was dead after the, whatever hurricane thing. And then I'm like, did Trump cause the hurricane? And then she's like, and I have my crazy Trump loving in-laws sending me FEMA crazy shit. And then she's like, politicizing a natural disaster. My sister knows a family tried to evacuate their home, flooding. They drove away. They got pulled in by the flood.
Ask her why they're saying that they've got no money to rescue people on fucking roofs, right? But they're giving $50,000 to the Department of Agriculture to get gay people to go to the forest.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Did you read about that?
Yes.
And they're actually
Kids and
stopping
trans kids.
like anyone that wants to help out. Like anyone has a
yeah,
help
yeah,
out,
yeah.
trying to save people, they're stopping that as well.
Yes, that's what I said.
But it's only the queer, the trans, and the non-binary kids that they want to get to go out there. I
Mhm.
want to see the scout troop leaders taking those kids out. I want to see what they look like. I bet they're all fat, pink haired with face piercings.
Good God.
But Kat, you know what you
We
need to
know
do
that
with this
that's-
woman?
Wait, let me
You're
finish.
gonna
Let me
have-
finish.
It's gonna
And then you
be
guys can tell me.
like the red shoes. It's gonna be like the red shoes for trans kids. It's just gonna be like a bunch of trans and queer and non-binary kids getting chased through a fucking forest by some weird scout leaders that want to fuck them.
Okay. Anyways.
Why
So
would they want to fuck them?
calm down.
Because they're fudge
I don't
packers.
know.
No, they
Yeah.
don't want to fuck them. They don't. They just let them
Yeah.
starve.
Oh my God, can you guys stop getting my canceled? Jesus.
Getting
What
my
did we say
cancels.
that's wrong, Pat? What did we say?
You
that's
guys are
wrong?
getting my
All of it.
cancels.
Stop. And anyways, and I said what Damon said, the FEMA is stopping people from helping and whatever, blah, 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 all that stuff he said. And then she's like, they tried to swim away and almost drown. And I'm like, F this government, which doesn't make sense. And then
You should have said that's because your government was giving them fucking participation trophies when they were learning how to swim.
and then
Maybe
she's
if they
like,
had to fucking compete and learn how to swim properly, they would have been able to swim away and survive.
exactly. Anyways, and then she's like, my sister can't live in her home for the foreseeable future. I have tried to stay politically neutral. No, she hasn't for so long, and I can't anymore. That's a lie. And then I'm like, your sister's situation has nothing to do with Trump. He's not in charge. Blame the Democrats who are in charge and sending our money overseas. And then she's like, so you think Biden is controlling the weather? Like, I can't talk to these people. Anyways.
Wait, did she ask you, do you think Biden's controlling the weather?
Mhm.
Yes. And then she's like, that's insane talk, Kat. No one controls the weather. And I'm like, you're not listening to my arguments. I'm talking about the money.
Wait. No.
She's talking
You
about
had
the
her
weather.
there. You had her there. When she said that's insane talk, nobody controls the weather. Then you should have just said to her, so do you agree we should just stop trying to meet carbon emission targets?
Oh my God.
Like, just say that. Just say that to her. Text her right now and say, do you
No,
agree
no,
then
no,
that we
no,
should
we're
stop
blocked.
controlling carbon emission targets?
We don't have to worry about that. Anyways, and then she's like, you keep talking about, no, I tell her, you keep talking about the weather and blaming the far right. And then she's like, it is made up. And I'm like, most of the government votes the same against the people and for their own personal profit. And then she sent me some fake bullshit about Trump has long peddled misinformation in natural disaster responses. It's some fake bullshit she sent me from the Washington Post. You know how everything is fake. And then I started talking to her about, like, you have to think for yourself. Trump is the only self-funded candidate. They're trying to kill him. They don't try to kill people who do what they say. Stop sending me propaganda. And I said goodbye. And then she's like, I won't vote for him ever, 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 ever. I'm sick of Republicans turning personal tragedies into conspiracy. And I'm like, well, I will vote for him, and that's going to cancel out your vote. That's what I told her.
That's not,
God.
like, she's sick of Republicans turning personal tragedy into conspiracy. Kind of like every fucking Democrat after somebody shoots up a school.
Mm-hmm. You know what you need to? What you should have done, Kat?
Mm.
You needed to give her a schmuck.
And I kept telling her,
First one
why don't you
treated.
come on, the podcast and share your beliefs with us? And, we'll calmly explain to you and show you facts and look up studies and show you stuff and whatever. And she's like, no, I don't want to hang out with you and your stupid incels and crap. Your far right incels. That's what she calls them.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Anyways, it goes on. She's like, Trump is a psychopath. And I'm like, no, he's not. He's a little bit narcissistic, but you're just being brainwashed. And then she's like, and then I'm like, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And then she starts talking about, like, the bankers and that her mom's a banker, so there's no conspiracy. I'm like, your mom, it works for a bank. She's not a banker. Like, we're talking about people who, like, control the money, not the people who work at the bank.
Well,
Which is ridiculous.
she is defined as a banker.
Stop.
Your mom is not a
She a
banker. She's a
VP or-
wanker.
Is she a president or a VP at the
It
bank?
doesn't matter. It's a stupid local bank. A small one bank, not
It is
many
a
banks.
small, yeah, it is a small bank. Private banking though.
Yeah.
I wouldn't bank on it.
Anyways, so I was telling her very calmly, after I told her she was an idiot, that she's using propaganda, that they're using propaganda to scare her so that they can control her to trust their authority and do whatever they want her to do. And then she's like, you don't think that the people who support Trump are going off their emotions? And I'm like, no, I think we're trying to avoid a communism. This is how it starts. They convince people with fear to, like, you know, do whatever they want. And that's what they're doing. And then she's like, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, divide and conquer. And she's like, but this is scary. Your language is dangerous. You know how they always talk.
Wait, she's accusing you of being emotional or voting by emotion.
Yes.
And she's like, this is scary. It's dangerous.
Yeah.
Her poor fucking husband to live with this deranged cunt.
Yeah.
I feel so bad for the guy. Unless, is he like a feminist ally?
No.
He shoots.
No.
That's the only thing that's not feminist about him.
Oh fuck, he should shoot her.
God,
Sorry.
stop.
No, he I think he works a lot.
He's busy. She's got a lot of free time.
I think he's in
okay. He doesn't have to listen to the whinging, right?
Yeah, he keeps silent. I don't think he fights back.
Oh no, that's scary. That's the kind of guy that might then just end up shooting her one day. It's the silent ones you got to worry about. It's like, I've reached my limit on your verbal diarrhea, bitch.
But
like,
he does explode on occasion.
Yeah. Don't worry, Kat. You won't have to deal with her for long.
Oh my God, stop.
No.
But like, this is what like her whole thing is, that like, I'm sick and tired of the far right using to play political games in times of disaster. That's literally what Kamala Harris said.
Okay,
Like,
Piggy, you read this part.
He's trying to put pressure on DeSantis and all that shit, because DeSantis actually doing shit, and he's
Don't
talking
make you
to
look
Biden
bad.
over it. And even
Why do I
Biden was
have
like,
to read it?
shout out to DeSantis.
Because they won't interrupt you.
Biden is
These are
literally like a
two
nuke
women.
for her campaign.
Pretend you're a woman.
Hold up, Tareyak
I'm
is saying
supposed-
stuff. Hang on.
Go on.
Go on, Tareyak.
Yeah, like, basically, like, what went down was that, like, DeSantis is basically being a G. He's like, you know, like, looking out for everyone, all this kind of shit. And Kamala Harris gave an interview when she's gotten on the plane. She was like, you know, I'm just sick and tired of, like, you know, the Republicans and Trump, you know, like, playing like political games in these disastrous
Was that
moments.
when
all this kind of shit.
DeSantis parked a whole bunch of immigrants in her backyard?
Pretty much. But like, also, like, DeSantis was getting like prisoners to start and like do cleanup and all this kind of shit, you know, and help out in the effort, which is like a pretty base move, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
But then like, but DeSantis has been talking to the Biden, and then Biden said in one of his recent press conferences, he's like, yeah, DeSantis is doing a great job. You know, it's like, I've been in contact with him and all that stuff. So he basically just threw Kamala under the bus.
But that's not the first time Biden's done that. I called this when you and I were on a stream with Jake. Do you remember? I said, we're going to know if Biden was pushed, because if I was Biden and I was pushed like that, I would just torpedo her campaign. And I'd come out and endorse Trump and shit. And what did he do a while back? He threw Kamala under the bus. Do you remember when he gave a speech when she was doing her big her big thing? She was having some big publicity thing. I can't remember what the fuck it was now. But it was about her campaign rally, like one big thing she was doing. And Biden comes out to give a big speech at the exact same fucking time. And then he also said that she was on board with everything that he was doing, leadership-wise. Basically saying any problems that you have throughout Biden's leadership, Kamala was 100% behind all of it. And now backing up DeSantis. Biden's definitely against Biden's 100% against the Democrats on this. Yeah, putting that hat on was legendary. I can imagine so many voices going off in his earpiece. There's so many voices in his earpiece. Like, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? You motherfucker.
MAGA fucker.
Oh my gosh. Anyways. So it continues, blah, blah, blah. And then I told her, just stop. You are in fear. You are in emotion. You need to stop. You're projecting. And she continues and ignored me. And then I'm like, blah, 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 blah. The hurricane has nothing to do with Trump. I don't know what's wrong with you. Trump didn't cause the hurricane. Go to sleep and take your meds. That's what I
Oh, wow. A little bit on the nose, you know?
Sassy.
Well,
she does take meds.
She does.
But
like every good liberal woman.
She also
What liberal woman does not take meds? Let's be honest.
I've never met one, so
I know
All of them are on those fucking SSRIs
No.
or any other kind of shit like that.
No,
It's
You
like one
have
of
to be
5 women or something like
medication
that.
Huh?
It's like 1 of 5 women in America are on antidepressants.
Yeah.
okay, so then I sent her this very long last message before I blocked her.
Oh, you blocked her? That's a losing move, Kat.
Why?
You don't block. No, you don't block.
You guys love arguing so much.
No, well, I mean, I think he's right that you don't block because some people sometimes are going through.
This was over a
situations-
3-day period.
It's okay. Her period lasts for
Oh
how
my
long?
God.
And then her premenstrual lasts for at least a week and a half.
So like
good
that's
week and a
50%
half.
of her life.
And
I
then
have to ignore her.
Well, when she has her menses, she could have even skipped it because of the amount of stress. Her family has
I
nearly
would
lost
be
their
trolling the hell out
house.
of this bitch.
She's
I would be
stressed out.
walking out of my house. I'd be walking out of my house and wait. So hang on a second. Does she live in the area affected by the storms?
Her sister, not her.
We could have
Okay.
been.
She's
but
not.
In her head, she probably thought she might as well have been having the hurricane.
What are you talking
But
about?
you guys aren't though, right, Kat? You and
No,
Steve.
we're not. We're not.
You should. If I was you, I'd be trolling the fuck out of her. I would walk out. I'd take a picture of the nice sunny sky, no clouds, and I'd be like, "Look at this bitch. God loves me, and He hates your fucking cunt sister." I would be doing all kinds of shit like that every single day. I'd be winding the shit up out of her. Every time I get some annoying messages, I'd be like, "Enjoying this blessed day." Fuck you, you godless bitch.
Oh my God.
Maybe you should pray harder to Biden and Kamala, you stupid dumb bitch. Just do that. I would do that every day. Unblock her and just carry on trolling her.
That's the thing. Like, Kat, you got to realize you meme until they cry, and then you make memes about them crying.
Good God, you guys.
I do think that she was going through some stuff because
Of course she was going through
in
something.
her head. So
Because think about it, Tareyak, when
Even
people rage quit, when people rage quit you or block you, right?
Yeah.
That's a win
Nobody
for
ever
you,
blocks
right?
me. I
You
would
see
block.
that as a win. And I think somebody in the chat even said this. Like, yeah,
What?
she's wearing your block as a badge of honor. Yeah,
Yep.
definitely. True. 100%.
true.
See, our chat is smart.
It backs up her position as being
Yeah.
right.
She's exactly. Gunrunner's got it there. She probably thinks like she broke you, and that's why you blocked her. I would unblock her, and I would just troll the shit out of her.
Or wait, there's another way you could do. Just use love and just pile on the
Hell no.
coal.
Hell
Yeah,
no.
exactly, Stephen.
Because
Exactly.
then it makes them
Unblock
more
her.
great.
Exactly. Kill them with kindness. You know what I'm saying? Just be like,
Kill 'em
listen,
with
bitch, I know you're too stupid to understand this shit, so I'm going to extend the olive branch.
My God.
I love
I
you.
trolled somebody by making them think that they convinced me to be liberal, and I just ran with all of their talking points. They invited me to a WhatsApp group, and I was just constantly going in. This was during the time of Brexit, right? And I was getting so into it that I just started like, I started like making their points so much, but to like a ridiculous degree where they were like, this guy's just too much of a radical. And they started realizing how a lot of these left-wing points that they were making were just so dumb. Because I was just taking it to like this like reductio ad absurdum kind of level, like where they just saw, actually, maybe that's not a good idea. I was like, no, we should totally be in there. We should get more countries to join. Like they want Turkey to join, and Turkey doesn't want to join because they say that Turkey can't afford the membership fee. We should pay for it. Like, and they're like, well, hang a second, how the fuck are we going to afford for that? Like, I'm like, you guys are sounding like you're pretty right wing right now. They were like, no, we're not. You're just radical. I'm like, that's what a right wing person would say. You just show them their own stupidity.
Mm-hmm.
Turn them with kindness.
Oh, okay. And then
So are you gonna unblock her?
no.
I think
You need to
she'll
realize
come
the
around.
best card, what Damon just said, the best card in Uno is the Uno reverse card. You know what I'm saying?
That's
So-
not 69.
So like what would I say? Oh my God, you're right. Trump is totally controlling the weather.
No. Just
What are
wait
you
until
talking
her
about?
hormones are more regulated and she's not in a stressful situation. And next time it ever happens, let's say you do unblock her, you just don't, you stay silent for at least a week and you'll know that her hormones are a little bit more regulated.
This is what you have to do to talk to women?
Yes.
Just like, hey,
It's not
girlfriend.
worth it.
Hey, girlfriend.
you know
next
our
time
pain,
you
Kat.
think about
Now you know our
messaging
pain.
me. No, just be like really polite. Hey, girlfriend. Next time you think about messaging me, I want you to dip your finger in your vagina, and when you touch the screen, if it's red, just don't message me. That's it.
No. With this one, it's a week and a half before it turns red.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's a bit harder.
Yeah.
Look, that's
That's what she
90% of the time. So what I have like
I
what
think-
3 days I can talk to her a month?
Yes.
Just be like, hey,
Not worth
if
it.
your husband's not talking to you, then don't talk to me.
I have a better idea.
God.
Okay, there's this
Jokes.
new device.
No.
It's
no.
called Mira. So
No.
I could have it connected to my phone because I'm a provider. I
What
could
do you
have it
want?
connected to my
What-
phone, and I could look, and it'll tell me
No, no,
her
no, 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 no,
FSH,
no, 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 no,
LH,
no, no, no.
progesterone,
Piggy.
estrogen, and if she does it every day, then I can tell what her
She-
hormones
okay,
are like.
Steven,
Like
stop.
don't talk to her. Look, don't talk to her.
Stop.
It's-
Stop. We are not going to get every female that we know to fill out an app every day and tell us how they are in their
It's a
cycle.
dip in the
I
urine
We're
always
not doing
track.
it.
I
Steven,
track every one of my ex's cycles.
by smell.
Jokes about women's menstrual period, menstrual cycle is not funny. We shouldn't be making jokes about that.
Right.
Period.
No, you just there'll be a bloodbath if you do make jokes about it.
Okay, so like anyways, I don't know how to make female friends, as you can see. This is how it always ends.
It's not ended. All you have to do is unblock. and
I'm
it's
not no, she
ended.
told me don't ever call me again.
Ah,
No
she'll
longer
come
your
back.
friend,
Give
blah blah
her-
blah blah blah.
Give her literally 2 weeks. She will message you again. She will
Hey,
message
good
you in 2 weeks.
job losing another friend of many years because you have crazy QAnon views.
QAnon.
Yeah, QAnon. I've never been on QAnon. I don't even really know what this friggin' is. And I keep telling her I don't know what QAnon is. Like I've never been on it. I heard it was like a website, but I've never been on it. Stop accusing me.
Or after the election, she'll probably
No,
calm
fuck
down.
that shit. Like this is gonna happen. This happens every 4 years. Every 4 years, I have to deal with this shit. I cannot be friends. We need to find women somewhere. There's got to be like 2 of them that I could be friends with that are
A
not.
Trump rally.
The Amish.
No, a Trump rally.
A Trump
Do
How
they
is
have
she
them?
going to be texting an Amish woman, Steve? Use your brain.
with messenger
You're supposed
pigeon,
to be a
obviously.
doctor, Steve. I thought you were an educated person.
No. You don't understand how deep this goes.
No.
We have pigeons, right?
No, we don't.
We will use pigeons to go back and forth.
I don't-
And there's
I
going to
think-
be a whole lot of them going back and forth.
I think that's satanic, Stephen.
There's going to be a guy on a horse and cart coming over, delivering a piece of paper to Kat, and then just waiting for her to write a message back. And they'll be like, okay, see you in 4 weeks.
Some of them are.
Epic Bombs, remember?
Okay, so I have to. The only place I'm gonna go find friends now is a Trump rally.
No,
I
okay.
can't go anywhere
People
else
that go to
find.
rallies, people that go to rallies are, I would say, almost by definition, a little bit more eccentric than your average person. You can't handle that
Kat,
amount of like,
Kat, you go and speak to women at Trump rallies, at a gun range. Go to a gun range.
I have to
find
go
a
to
woman there.
we
to
can go
find
to,
women.
yeah, no, I need to go to I need to go shooting. We should go to a gun range.
God,
Yeah.
it's gonna be so sad. Like, how do you even talk to
Because
women?
you can't, because they have earmuffs on. And there's always shootings. There's some asshole down the way that's got this huge ass gun with
Okay,
no
okay.
suppressor on it.
All right.
I think she might have a point that like Kat might be an incel because like this whole thing of how do you even talk to women is a pretty common incel thing to say.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just saying.
She's
Right,
like, I
yeah.
don't know how to make friends with women. How do I even do that?
They don't want to talk to me anymore. I can open my mouth and you don't want to talk to me.
Oh God. Well,
You could
Steven's always like, just don't say anything. Just say, yeah, Biden is great. Just tell them what they want. Yes,
I did not
you're
say
just
that.
like, just
It's
just
so
let
easy
them
to
believe
meet
you.
liberal women.
Silence.
It's super easy to meet liberal women, but it's so fucking hard to meet like conservative women.
Exactly. Like,
But
that's
here's
Like
the
gun
problem.
range,
You
Trump
guys would have
rally,
no
or
problem if you
church.
guys were poly and into some weird shaved head shit. You'd
No,
be
easiest
fine.
way. If you were okay, I would probably like only suggest this to some fucked up people. But if you just want to like, if you want to ruin a woman, if you just want to take advantage and ruin them, we all know where the best place to go is, right? You know, like
Public libraries.
What?
no, like to some like kind of like trauma survivors group, you
Good
know, like
God.
Yes.
yeah, yeah,
No,
easiest to
it's gotta
sway,
like that.
easiest to just fucking wreck their life. Like you could easily do that.
that reminds me of a video I was saying where like a dude was like, "Yo, this is the best pickup game. All you do is you go to the sexual offenders list, filter for female, and you're in there, boys." And everyone was like in the comments going like, "This dude like is either a genius or he's like the most retarded person I've ever met in my entire life."
Oh my God.
Here's the trick. Here's the trick to it's a very, very simple trick. All you have to do to a woman is just repeat the last thing she says and act as though you agree. This is in Always Sunny in Philadelphia, right?
Oh yeah,
Like,
that's an old one. Yeah,
it's like, yeah, you know, like, yeah, I'm right behind your sister, and like, there's like, but like, you're not actually listening. You're actually like taking in, like, so when she goes, I think that Kamala would be a great president. Like, yeah, I think Kamala would be the best president. You know, like all this kind of bullshit they say, just parrot it back, and then at the end of the day, hit them back. But wait, if Kamala wants to save democracy, why is she the nominee, but she didn't get any votes? How is that democratic? And then watch them crumble. You know what I mean? But usually you want to do it like
your idea of you're gonna own them, they're gonna have logic come sweep over their bodies
no,
for the first time.
Kat, no.
It's not gonna happen.
Like all you have to do is like before you leave, like that's basically the question that you end on. It's like a Columbo moment where it's like, oh, one more thing before I leave. What about this? Like we know that we know everyone that was involved in J6 thing, they're all locked up, but we still don't know who's on Epstein's client list. Right? See you later. And then just let them mellow in it, sit in it, and like their minds
I'm
will
pretty
like.
sure like they're all
or
on
just be like, how is it that it's
Disney.
always Trump and his followers that are using the most inflammatory, dangerous language, and you guys are saying it's hurtful and it's so dangerous, but nobody took a shot at Kamala or Biden?
Well, Biden, they know he's gonna die eventually, so
Well, no.
Taking shots
Okay,
would be
there's
against the
two
bullet.
reasons why nobody took a shot at Biden. The first reason is
he's already dead.
nobody on
He's on the
Trump's side is actually using inflammatory, dangerous language. It's only the left that are doing it, which is why they tried killing Trump like 3 times already. But the other reason is nobody wants to kill Biden because you're going to get fucking Kamala after that.
Right.
Kamala was his life insurance policy.
That's a good point.
Because we all know that, like,
Yeah.
if you've got a political party that founded the KKK, that brought out the Jim Crow laws, they know that the worst candidate you could put forward that will protect your president would be somebody who's black. And the woman is the cherry on top. Like we can't have a black person in charge, and she's a woman too. What the fuck, right? So, like, yeah, everybody was like, sure. No, we're not going to take out. Like, they thought that nobody would take out Biden because they think that everyone else is just as racist and hateful as they are.
There's also the fact, like, people say, well, at first they were always for Biden, and then they were, now it's going to be Kamala. And I said, well, if Biden can't run, why is he still president? Why is this person still in charge of our nuclear weapons? Why don't take him out and put her in? Oh, I don't know. Well, it's a whole legal process. Yeah, they could do it very quickly. They could say he's mentally inept. He's not able to serve as president, and remove him. Why don't they remove him?
He must be like at least a little bit together to say no.
Well, he isn't stable enough to go through a court trial.
He's not.
So like, but So
Heck,
that
you
means
remove
that
him.
going through a court trial is more demanding and intense than being president. Like, apparently the most important job in the world, right? Like being president of the free world, like the most powerful man in the world. But you're the most powerful man in the world, but you can't sit through a court trial.
Much
It's like
less
that
make a
raises
decision on whether you should nuke someone or not.
Yeah, they'll just be like, "Hey, I just press this button. What is it? Just press it." Okay.
And then he presses it 5 times. Mr. President, it was only supposed to be once.
Yeah,
You pressed it 5 times.
it's the nuke button. Nuki, 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 nuki. Yeah.
Yeah. Or if they tried to shoot him, the Secret Service would accidentally crush him by piling on top of him. Well, he'd be at the beach anyway, so sleeping,
Yeah.
unable to lift the beach.
What does this button do if I press it? Oh, it kills corn pop. Or it kills the cannibals who ate your granddad.
What are you doing?
No. Okay, anyways. So, yeah, that's all I have for today.
Cool.
You gonna unblock her?
No.
That's not a.
You should. You should definitely unblock her.
No, I don't
It's
think
entertainment.
I don't think I don't think it's worth it anymore to have friends. I think it's like overrated, right?
What?
Yeah.
You have had conversations with me that you feel the need for social interaction.
Not really anymore. Now, okay, look, this is the thing. Like, it's one of those things like you're like, oh, it would be nice to have people to talk to that are female. And then you do it and you're just like, better not.
Gotta go
It'd just
all
be great.
dudes.
Better not.
Just need
Better
dudes.
not.
Dudes only.
Just, I don't want to talk to people anymore. I can just be on the internet, talk to people, talk to you.
Have
What
they
about
done
the
any
aliens?
studies on whether tachykinin increases or decreases with social social interaction?
What's
that's not
that?
in person?
What's tacky?
Tachykinin is
Oh, God. Nerds.
chemical produced
See,
in
look
brain.
at Kat's reaction. This is why Kat can't have friends. Because Kat's the kind of person who thinks that she wants something 1 minute. And then the moment you're in the process of doing it or enjoying it or getting it, she then just gets fed up and wants something else. As I don't want that. I want this. Hey guys, Tareyak, you know what would be really cool if we talk about next week? Let's talk about this. And then 2 minutes into the talk, this is boring. I want to talk about something else. Let's talk about female dating strategy. And then after female dating, no, that's boring. Let's talk about something. It's like your brain is this just like thing with a little fly in it, just like bouncing around looking for a fucking window that it can't ever get out of. And it's just like going from one area to another area to another, bouncing around. But you need to figure out what you want, Kat. Figure out what you want. You know what? Picture your ideal friend. First of all, get an idea of what that person is like and who they are. And then decide, do I actually want this person as a friend? Then go out and try and find what that person is. An approximation of that. But right now, you're just like, I'll just go and meet this girl. It's like, oh, no, I'm fed up. I'm bored of it. I don't want it.
And it can't be on The Sims.
What are you talking about on The Sims?
You can't make
You
a
can't-
friend.
you
on
can't
The
talk to
Sims.
people on The Sims.
Oh, what you do?
Sims
Well, we
is
did.
not-
We were saying that the AI is our Lord and Savior, so it's like
Yeah, this
apparently
is
like
gonna
an
turn
AI
into a
friend
horror
might be.
film where a cat gets a Tesla friend. And then she's just like, yeah. And then she gets jealous because she walks in on Steve fucking it. And
No, it's gonna be a fat old lady.
Oh,
Sorry, honey.
wait, I'm fucking. Oh. Why would you say
she'll
that?
be a fat old lady Tesla. And
I'm
Steve
talking
will
about the
still be
robot,
fucking
you
it.
weirdo.
Joking.
Steve will still be fucking it. She'll be like, you're into the fatties? It's like, well,
Strange is strange, right?
Take one for the team.
Good
she's
job.
not fat. I like her tits.
She's full bodied. It's different.
Good God.
I like to be able to wrap the tit around my neck.
Can we talk about the Galians? Yeah.
Galians.
I don't know.
No.
My whole title is about probing analysis. Emphasis on the anal in analysis.
Well, do you have anything, Tareyak?
No, I thought that
gay aliens?
you and Daemon were the one that chose the topic.
Dude, no. Steven's the one who's like, how about gay aliens? And then Damon's like, yes, this is amazing. And then he tells you, this is amazing. I'm like, the heck are you talking about? This I can't research this.
Can we talk about it next week then? Can we do it next week?
No, we're not talking about gay aliens. They
No, he says talk about next
Guys, I have a solution. I'm going to ask AI.
Oh, God.
That's what she said. The alien.
Once upon a time, in a galaxy not too far from our own, there was a planet named Prismara, known for its vibrant landscapes and its inhabitants.
This sounds scary.
Who were as colorful in their customs as the planet itself. Prismara was unique because its societal structure was built around the spectrum of love and identity. This is so gay.
Prism, rainbows, like spectrum. Yeah. Oh God.
Rather than the monochromatic views held by many other civilizations. On Prismara lived two aliens named Lyro and Zenith. Lyro had scales that shimmered with every color of the rainbow. He called it Under Prismara's Three Suns, signifying his vibrant personality and open heart. Zenith, on the other hand, had a more subdued glow. This
sounds like the gayest fan fiction I've ever heard.
I can't stomach
read it. No. Read it with more gayness, Teriak.
Yeah, there's not any gay.
Read it like the cliches. No, like the cliche
emotions.
No, like the cliched American gay nerd. Like, let me tell you a story about Prismara. Go on, do it like that.
A soft luminescence that changed hues with his emotions, which was considered a sign of deep wisdom and introspection. Lyro and Zenith met at the Festival of Lights, an annual celebration where Prismarians fly through the sky, leaving trails of light and representing their life's journeys. Lyro was performing a dance
right now.
Lyro was performing a dance that told the story of an ancient hero who loved freely.
Do you know what this sounds like? This sounds like what season 2 of Disney's Acolyte would have been like if it never got cancelled. This is just the next level of gayness. This is almost like you could get it to do a Lord of the Rings one if you wanted to. Just like the Amazon's Lord of the Rings or Rings of Power, whatever the fuck it is. This sounds so super gay.
Regardless of the stars' alignments or the colors of one's glow, Zenith was there, sketching the light patterns into the sky with his own, creating impromptu art pieces that caught Lyro's eye. They connected instantly.
Jump to the gay sex scene.
Yeah, we don't want to hear the intro.
Gay sex scene.
As the inserted.
The probe.
His probe, otherwise known as his probe.
Hey, will ChatGPT make like explicit fantasy novels for us?
If it's gay, they will. If it's straight, it'll be like, we can't do this content.
There's no sex in it.
What kind of Galians are these? Incel Galians?
Wait a sec. Their first stop was planet Monochromia, where everything is seen as shade as grey, and the concept of love was strictly binary. Oh wait, no, sorry, that's the thing. It's actually based. Cameras of various forms of resistance, plant based. They found on stuff. Fluidity is nature.
Vegetarians, of course.
Do you know what I'd love to do? Right?
There's no sex in.
I'd love.
This is like a friendship more so than else. Yeah,
That's
so good.
I'd love to
terrible.
write
Oh,
some books, right?
What were
I
we
would
saying,
love to
Daemon?
write some like sex books, right? Just like porn style books, right? But market it as like massively gay, like homoerotic books, right?
Okay.
That's how I'd market it, right? But then I'd slip twists into it where in the middle of the sex scene you realize that it's actually a woman. It was a cis woman trying to pass as a dude, and this dude like just suddenly realizes he's having sex with an actual woman, and all of the readers would just be outraged. You'd have all these angry gays like pissed off that I sold a book that I put into like the gay sex category in the library or in the bookstore, and they were just like, "Fuck, ooh!" I was just getting off, and it turned out to be straight shit. And they'd be like, "Haha! Now you know how we feel when you just keep jamming gay shit into regular programming for us." Oh yeah, I will.
Okay.
I will.
Or you have a
Oh,
TV
and
show.
the lesbians get more angry. I'll write it really well because they'll think it's going to be like a lesbian sex scene, and then it's all of a sudden going to be like she realized that it wasn't fingers, it was a cock.
And then she turned straight and
No.
left her
Yeah.
lesbian
She
way.
turned straight, and the moral of the story is that all lesbians need is a dick, and dick will cure their gayness.
Oh my gosh.
We could do it like Wizard of Oz. Do you know what I
You
mean?
don't need to
Yeah.
pray the gay away; you just lay the gay away.
Lay the gay,
Exactly.
lay the gay away. Right. That's awesome. You should make a bumper sticker. to put
Yeah.
on
Like
their,
like we have like the like Wizard of Oz, like Dorothy, like with the three people. It's like we have like a gay man and we find out all he needs is a pussy. We have the lesbian, we find out all she needs is a penis, and then the non-binary person, all he needs to do is kill themselves.
Oh my God,
The
stop.
non-binary person would be like the third part of the love triangle.
no. He
And
just
then all
needs
of
to
a
find
sudden,
one.
the woman that was actually a dude is going to win over the lesbian girl. And she's going to be crying. And she was like, "But I always thought I was a lesbian." And then the guy's going to be like, that's the thing that you didn't realize, is that there's no such thing as a lesbian woman. They're just women that haven't had dick yet. And then the non-binary person is just going to go into the bathroom and slit their wrists.
Well, I think the
Wow.
non-binary person just needs to find a 1 or a 0 and then
Okay.
so a whole
All right.
cock.
Yes. Okay. Look at this.
Why
The-
everyone that says
Right.
gay and top belongs in a camp?
Exactly. They're trying to put us away in a camp now.
By
Sounds like Charlie
Charlie
Warzel is
by
a gay
Charlie
retard.
Warzel. The name reeks of gayness.
It does.
Mhm.
If there is
Warzel.
a exactly. I love how progressives go mask off without realizing it.
But
This is what
the
happens
thing.
when you're surrounded by everybody that parrots your own stupid fucking opinions.
Exactly. So, like, if I sent this to my friend, she'd be like, "Yeah, you guys do deserve to be herded up and put into camps," and they would literally see no irony in it. At
And you
all.
should just
Oh.
say to them, well, it's cool that we don't have to worry about it because none of you fucking liberals are man enough to actually know how to set a camp up.
Well, I mean, like when you look back at slavery in America, because I can't use the 1945 example because everyone loses their shit. But when you look back at the slavery example in America, like what did he do to the smart slaves?
What did they do to what? Sorry.
The smart slaves. Like Chris Rock had a joke where it's like, you know, the guy, like he was like reading books and all that kind of stuff,
Yeah.
and then like basically gets pulled out. He basically like has a crash on and stuff, and the police guy's like, "Didn't you see the stop sign?" And it's like because he's like he has to pretend that he can't read, and he was like, "Oh, you mean that octagon over there, nigga? Who taught you octagon?" You know what I mean? Like this whole kind of like aspect of like, you know what I mean? Like they'll always call the intelligent ones burning off the Library of Alexandria moments. You know what I mean? Where it's like
Yeah.
anybody who's actually can deduce and actually kind of has reason, rationale, logic, and all this stuff, they'll try to wipe them out.
Yeah, but that happened. Yeah, that happened everywhere. Like kings, when they had like, if they had a slave or whoever that built them a castle that was a great castle with like all the foundations and everything that couldn't be destroyed, or a weapon. If they built them a weapon that was just like, you know, better than any other weapon, what did they do? They blinded them or cut their arms off or killed them afterwards so they couldn't build it for anyone else.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, this is the thing. Like, it's like, and we're going to be like within one day, 1.6 million. Within 3 days, only 500K. But we're told that she's like the most like popular candidate, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
This is what liberals have been doing for like at least 10 to 15 years. They keep pushing a product that they say everybody wants, but then nobody comes out for it. Like
Not even the
whatever the
gays will
fuck
come
it
out
is.
for it.
Yeah, like yeah, but the gays didn't even come out for the programming that was made for them. Like, do you remember like literally any TV show, whether it's like the Marvel shit today, or whether it was years back. Do you remember years back there was that, what was it? Was it Batwoman or Batgirl, the TV show? One was a movie that got shit canned, and the company took it as a as a tax write-off because they realized it was so fucking bad and nobody was going to watch it. But the other one was the TV series. Like it was Ruby Rose at the beginning, and then like afterwards Ruby Rose left because she knew that that TV show was fucking cancer, and they replaced it with a fat black lesbian woman. And that one like got one season, I think, if not, I think it got cancelled after one season of her being in it. But everyone was saying like the fans are racist, like this actress is taking so much like racist insults online and shit. And you're looking on Twitter, you're looking on YouTube, you're looking at all the comments. It's like they're just saying that the show is shit, right? But all of these fans that are meant to be supporting it, and it was getting like millions of likes, but viewership, it barely cracked a few thousand viewers, and it ended up getting cancelled. Whenever anyone in programming, I know that there's this ESG scoring that they want to get so that they can get funding, but they're marketing everything to a non-existent audience, because even the actual gay people don't want to watch this shit. And it's not just entertainment, it's anything. It's like in politics as well. Like, how are we going to genuinely believe that more people voted for Biden than Obama? Like, even if you're a Democrat, how is it that more people are going to vote for Biden than Obama? Oh, it's a reactionary vote because they hate Trump. No, it still doesn't make sense. And now we're going to see how this vote goes. And do you like all I'm going to say right now is we know what these people want to do. I will laugh if she gets more votes than what Biden got.
But I mean, like, this is the thing, though. It's like too big to rig. Because, like, pretty much it comes down to like 4 or 5 states.
You know what
Max
my
7.
one fear about that is this idea of, oh, it's too big to rig. It was last time as well. It was last time it was as well.
No.
Because we actually had Trump in power. And now it's like, let's see if we're going to take the power away from him. All I'm going to say, right, is the Democrats learned a valuable lesson last time. They learned a valuable lesson. They learned that even if all of the Republicans believed that the election was stolen, they still didn't do anything other than what happened on January the 6th. And that was nothing violent on the part of the Republicans. There was no violence on their part there, right? So they learned that even if all of them believed it was stolen, they're still going to do nothing apart from go to the Capitol and march through it calmly, being walked through by police. That's all they're going to do. So now they know that even if they do cheat, nothing's going to fucking happen. There wasn't an uprising in the streets. There wasn't anything. They know that they can fucking get away with it if they want to cheat. Like, so this is my concern. They saw that there was cheating going on. They saw that they had evidence that there was that there was false addresses that were voting, but their excuse was, oh, it wasn't enough to actually change the outcome, though. So
I think
that's kind of my concern.
Because what was it? It was like 80 million, 80 million kind of thing. It was like pretty much both of them got last time. If it goes to 100 million, 100 million, you know what I mean? But what I'm saying is that it's like because it's within these 5 to 7 states, If you get voter turnouts of like 110%, 120%, like that's clear fraud. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah. But look, I mean, end of the day, Kat, I think you should unblock your friend.
I was
And I
just
think
thinking.
Oh no.
you should.
Look.
She was
What?
thinking.
In
Let's have a moment of
25
silence.
in 25 days, we'll find out the results, and then I will unblock her only if we win. To be like, I'll just be like we won, like a meme of Trump. Just to spam her with like 40 memes of Trump.
Or
I
you
want to
could
block
do
her right
gotcha,
now.
bitch.
And when she starts getting political and angry, just be like, hey, listen, girl, I can see that you're getting really angry. And I think the lesson that you need to learn is that you're a woman and you shouldn't be thinking about politics.
That's fair.
That's
Just be
not like enough. I need more
occupy.
than that.
I think you're a woman. You should be in the kitchen thinking about what food you're going to cook, not about politics.
I need more.
No. You should tell her, stop thinking about things you can't do anything about.
Stop with your like calm rationale. That's not helping. I need something to destroy.
You don't need anything to destroy.
God, you guys are so boring. That's why
What's
I
the
can't talk
point
to
of
you.
destroying?
For fun.
You can have more fun by gaslighting her.
No, it's not
How
fun
about
for
that?
me to gaslight.
Gaslight her.
I want one last meme, and then that's it. I'm done.
What?
And then
Why are you
what?
racist? Just
What?
be like, can you tell me? Just say, look, I get what you're saying. I've been thinking about it. I've heard a few things that Trump said that made me feel a little bit scared. He uses dangerous, charged language. And I'm thinking about maybe switching over to being a libertarian or a liberal. But can you explain to me, like, because I still have a problem with racism, how are you okay voting Democrat? And then when she's like, what? Just be like, well, they formed the KKK and, the history of the Jim Crow laws and that kind of shit. I just feel a bit icky voting for them. And then just get her to explain, like, why that's all okay.
She won't be able to.
She won't. She doesn't even know that.
She
She's
has no
like,
idea.
she would just say, that's fake propaganda. That's from your old life. You don't need to worry about that now anymore.
No, but it's like, dude, then you can just drop all the knowledge on her about how it is true.
But you okay. Every time I gave her like a fact, or I send her a link that had a fact to say what you just sent me was wrong because here's the fact, she denied it. She refused to look into it. She's like, I don't need to look at that because that's fake. If it's not on NBC, MSN, whatever, blah blah
Send her
blah.
the actual quote. Send her the actual quote of Joe Biden calling black kids roaches. Send her the video of him saying that, where he calls them roaches.
Wow. Okay.
What the?
I have a video of like showing why it won't work. We have Comrade Yuri Burzmanov.
Mr. Bezmenov was born in 1939 in Moscow. He was the son of a high-ranking Soviet Army officer. He was educated in the elite schools inside the Soviet
Let me get the boot in their fat bottom. I remember when he says that.
He had an outstanding career with Novosti, which was and still is, I should say, the press arm or the press agency of the Soviet Union. It turns out that this is also a front for the KGB.
Fast enough.
He escaped to the West in 1970 after becoming totally disgusted with the Soviet system, and he did this at great risk to his life. He certainly is one of the world's outstanding experts on the subject of Soviet propaganda and disinformation and active measures. Well, you spoke several times before about ideological subversion. That is a phrase that I'm afraid some Americans don't fully understand. When the Soviets use the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the slow process, which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate 1 generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years, actually it's overfulfilled, because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes his balls, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation. It's what matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world, that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, "Now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized." This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with the benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. Your leftists in United States, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation. When their job is completed, they are not needed anymore. They know too much. Some of them, when they get disillusioned, when they see that Marxist-Leninists come to power, obviously they get offended. They think that they will come to power. That will never happen, of course. They will be lined up against the wall and shot. But they may turn into the most bitter enemies of Marxist-Leninists when they come to power. And that's what happened in Nicaragua. You remember most of these former Marxist-Leninists were either put to prison or one of them split, and now he's working against Sandinistas. It happened in Grenada when Maurice Bishop was already a Marxist. He was executed by a new Marxist who was more Marxist than this Marxist. Same happened in Afghanistan when first there was Taraki, he was killed by Amin, then Amin was killed by Babrak Karmal with the help of KGB. Same happened in Bangladesh when Mujibur Rahman, very pro-Soviet leftist, was assassinated by his own Marxist-Leninist military comrades. It's the same pattern everywhere. The time bomb is ticking, but every second, the disaster.
And that's it, folks.
So there's nothing we can tell her.
Well, if she's indoctrinated, but
She is fully. She will drink the Kool-Aid. She will go to the spaceship.
well, I don't think it's really. I don't think it's always that hardcore, the indoctrination. It's not always like that. At least I don't think so. I think that we're still at a stage where you can actually save people. I don't think that the Russians actually thought the information age will be as well developed as it is. And when they said, well, even if we show you the proof, we've got an amazing amount of proof that we've got nowadays thanks to the internet that you can have access to. And I don't think that they envisioned that we'd ever have that kind of control over information or access to it, rather.
But that's what, like, he made the comment where it's like, even if you force them to the concentration camps, they still will not believe you. Like, you outline the facts and they still will not believe you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now,
yeah.
the hope that I have now is that it's like that it gets to a stage where it's like they have to be so brazen with what they're doing with the cheating and all that kind of stuff that they're doing, that it's like it'll be clear indicators and points that you can point to. Like, for example, like I said, it's basically going to come down to 5 states, and you can't pump in if you get a high enough turnout or a high enough votes for Trump in those states. If half the people in those states vote for Trump, you can't then artificially start adding more votes into it. Because how are you going to explain 20% extra people are voting in this election in these states? Like, fucking everyone from California went over the cross state lines. You know what I mean? They cross state lines. You know what I mean? Like, it'll get to a point where that, and then, well, here's the thing as well. It's like people are kind of saying either way it's going to descend into violence, because, like, even when Trump got into office, like, look at all the like, look at what happened to Portland and all the stuff. But the thing I always point back to is BLM started under Obama. Think about that. Black Lives Matter started when they had a black president in charge. Like, how retarded can we get here, people?
Yeah. And even when you know what a scam Black Lives Matter was, it was still exposed. Patrisse Cullors basically stealing all the fucking money. Lying about who the founders were. We all know who the original founders were. We know that it was started as a way to attract hate towards the black community because it was founded by 4 Asian people with links to the Islamic Brotherhood. So it was to set up a race war between the black people and the white people.
But here's the thing, though. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, and then they lied about who the founders were later on, saying that it was black people who founded it, when that was a complete lie. And
even in the original document manifesto, it's like they stated, it's like, yeah, we want to abolish the nuclear family. It's like, wait,
exactly,
what?
Yeah.
What? Do you know what I mean? Like, we are Marxist revolutions, all that kind of shit. It's like that to me is like the canary in the coal mine. But not to go too far off topic, but like, everyone will complain about, oh, what about all the Israeli money and influence in the politics? What about all the Iranian money? What about all the Qatari money? You know what I mean? Like why are we only kind of singling out one side here? It's like, we need to, if foreign influence in your election is something that you don't want, you need to across the board for any and all influence that's coming into it. Do you know what I mean? And also, just to mention on Kat's picture there about the cook, watching porn is probably the most cook shit I've ever seen in my entire life. Also pretty gay.
Corn.
Yeah, corn. Jimmy crack corn, but I don't care. Jimmy crack corn, but I don't care. I mean, but like, think about it. Like, you're watching a girl that, like, you want to bang, get banged by another dude, and you're jerking off to it.
Yeah, that's why if you ever watch any porn, it should be lesbian.
Well, even then, right?
Hey, it's the only acceptable porn.
But you're you're a dude with a dick in your hand, like you're giving a guy a hand job, like getting a hand job off a dude. Or even lesbian porn is gay.
Well, is it?
Yeah. Super
Why?
gay.
'Cause you've got a dick in your hand.
Mm-hmm.
It's your dick.
A hand job.
It's your dick. By that logic, every time you take a piss, you're doing something gay. It's like,
I mean, like they keep telling us that gay is a spectrum.
oh god. Yeah, but that's like autistic spectrum, though. Like,
But like it's the general principle. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like we need to stop, or we
I
need
can
to
just
like have a
imagine Tareyak
counteract.
coming back from the toilet with piss all over his trousers. And like, what happened? I ain't gay.
I ain't gay, bro. I ain't touching that penis. But it's like I said, it's like we need the like counteract this kind of like propaganda of like oh yeah, like normalization of porn, like over sexualization of everything essentially, and it's like it's leaking into the fucking kids on shit. It's like that's why it's like the trans are able to like was it like fucking drag time story hour or some shit like that? Like how the fuck was that even a thing?
Well, you know, the thing is that this over reliance on sexual stimulus that you have today, with like you know, everyone, like so many kids like addicted to porn, right? I think that there's a reason for it. We've eliminated any kind of sexualization of women in the normal areas, right? It used to be that you look at adverts, you look at films, TV, there was sexual content in it. And I think that that was enough to tide most normal people over. But we've removed that completely from films, TV, and any other kind of entertainment because it's like you're objectifying women, you're sexualizing women. You can't do that, right? It's okay to have like guys like we spoke earlier about, like all jacked up on fucking Disney steroids with their shirts off. It's okay to do that. But God forbid you see a woman as a sexual figure. Like, no, that's not allowed, right? But we had that in the past. You watch films in the past, you always saw that. You look at adverts in the past, everybody understood one simple concept: sex sells, and it was okay. We saw it in all adverts, like beer adverts with women like looking like, you know, like drinking like an ice cold beer, like there was like dripping down their cleavage and shit. It's like now you see nothing of that. You see a woman nowadays, even in a romance film, she looks like we spoke earlier, like she looks mid as fuck, and she looks like a completely asexual creature. But you're doing it because you want to be safe to women. They've got fucking the highest paid people like that don't do shit on a film set is who? The intimacy coordinators. And all is they're there to do is to say, like, do you feel comfortable doing this? No, we're going to cut it from the film. And no director, nobody can say shit against it. So you're removing everything that we used to have that's sexual. And I think that by doing that, you're creating these like desperate men nowadays who are so obsessed with seeing anything, because this is what happens when you remove any normal acceptable levels of sexual content from society. There's a reason why all of the cultures out there that don't even see a woman's fucking ankle turn out to be the most perverted sexual deviants when you actually see them in a normal society. Because they've never fucking seen anything. They've not even seen a woman's hair. Like, so it's like, yeah, of course, the minute you show them like, hey, look, you can have access to this, they'll go fucking mental. Which is why when you have these kids that have grown up in the world, in the West, in the past 15 years, that's been removing anything that's been deemed to objectify a woman, the minute you give them access to a porn website, they turn into these fucking chronic masturbators.
But like, and again, like for Viking saying, like stop changing the meaning words and stuff. Like the gay thing might be a bit too far, but the like watching porn is co-culture. Like I will die on that hill if needs be. But
okay, well, I can get that logic. I can understand that logic. I get it.
Because it's like, and to your point as well, it's like there is that whole aspect to it, but it genuinely seems as though Like, where's the line, or what's the healthy balance to it? Because the reason why we're seeing such decline in testosterone in men is because they're jacking off 24/7.
Yeah,
One of the main
yeah.
reasons to it.
I mean, I have heard some people criticize the science behind that, but I need to look more into it, because I've heard some people say that, like, if you're celibate, your testosterone levels decline as well. But I need to check that out.
But the fucked up thing with the whole kind of like these studies and all that kind of stuff is that they'll only do studies if it's funded. And who
Yeah,
controls the funding?
yeah.
Whoever's in charge. You know what I mean? So that's the whole aspect to it. But the thing that gives me hope is that if Trump does get into office, right, all of a sudden all he has to do is like sign, like, it's going to be a crazy day, like, where he signs all these executive orders. But one of them has to be that ID needs to be present in order to vote. And there's none of this fucking mail-in voting or any of these fucking shenanigans. Like, that's the way you kind of like you
Well,
plug
this is
the
the
hole
mistake
essentially.
you made. This is the mistake you made before. Like, I mean, I think that when the Democrats are like, "Hey, look, no, that those kinds of things are racist," he should have just been like, "Yeah, okay, I'm racist. I'm racist then, fine. But vote me out then if that's the case. But you're gonna have to show ID to do it, right?" Like, like, fuck this kind of shit about like you're racist. I would love to see Trump or somebody like that, any Republican, that when he's got accusations of people being like, you're a racist, they just go, oh, and like, just shut the fuck up. Just say it publicly. Just say, shut the fuck up, sing a new fucking song. Like, honestly, what the fuck? Like, I wish that they would just like call them out for being like, how ridiculous that accusation is. And if they're like, you're being rude, I'd be like, bitch, you're accusing me of being a racist. How the fuck can you call me rude? Like, honestly, like, this is the thing. Like, we're so decent in accepting these constant fucking accusations with a straight face. Like, in my area, 23, 24 years ago, like, right when I was like, kind of like graduation, like, anyone called me a racist, they'll be picking teeth up off the fucking floor. And now we're seeing with people openly accusing people on a fucking podium, and the person has to stand there with a fucking smile on their face. I'd be like, what the fuck did you just say to me? Piss right the fuck off back to where you came from if you think I'm a racist.
But to go back
Like,
to
honestly.
what Viking was saying as well, it's like if you keep calling all these people like racist that aren't racist, the word just loses meaning and loses power. It eventually will
I mean,
get to that stage.
there's that, but it's also the fact of like, where is the honest reactions to this shit? The only honest reaction I've ever seen from anyone when somebody calls them that was in, I think it was the Monk debates, where you had the most educated fucking moron, like the most eloquent dumbass that I've ever fucking heard, that Michael Eric Dyson, when he called Jordan Peterson a racist. And Jordan Peterson, like, just literally fucking skewered him for that. Like, that was the only time I ever saw anybody react properly to being called a racist. But nobody ever calls these fuckers out for anything they do, which is why Democrats, why liberals in general, will take the absolute piss with how fucking dirty they fight. Because nobody ever actually punches back on them for it. Like, it's like, oh, racist. And when they say America's racist and Britain's racist, the only two countries I ever hear being called out for being disgustingly racist and having the most racist history and the most oppressive history is America and Britain. I'm like, find me two countries that are more fucking diverse than those two. How are you going to call us racist? Find me one country that gives more money to other foreign nations than America or Britain. Find me one country that's easier to get into if you're a foreigner than America or Britain. You can get into America more easily than you can into Kamala's pants, for fuck's sake. Like, how? Find me one country that's more tolerant, that's more free, that will allow you to go into it and then spend the rest of your lifetime there talking about how shit and awful and evil it is, whilst you're a foreigner and whilst you're taking taxpayer money.
And now you want to call those countries racist. Well, learn what the fucking word means, you absolute fucking monks.
But it's like I said, it's a kind of it is that kind of like pattern where it's like they're tearing down the statues of like actual heroes. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
And putting up a
Like,
statue of Saint Floyd of fentanyl.
you know what I mean? And it's you're and this came out with the whole fucking what was his name? What's his face? The guy that Tucker Carlson had on, where he was like, well, actually, the real villain was Churchill. It's like he was like
Oh
the
yeah, that
only leader
yeah.
that was willing to stand against fucking Adolf Hitler. And it's like what are we talking about here? Do you know what I mean? Like, at what point are we going to like wake up from this nonsense that it's like we have to go hypercritical on one side, and then the other side, oh, we'll give them grace. What?
Yeah. It's just ridiculous. It's like, this is what happens when you allow them to speak their stupidity unchallenged. They'll just get more and more and more and more brazen. And this is where I think that, you know me, man, you know I'm religious, but although I'm religious, this is where our kind of like this misunderstood Christian notion of turn the other cheek is just doing us more harm than good. It's like, because too many people don't understand what is actually fucking meant by that. We take too much of their shit. We tolerate too much of their stupidity, too much of their rudeness. Like, sorry, but some fucking behavior is just simply intolerant. You just shouldn't fucking tolerate it.
100%. Think Kat's getting bored. She's just like watching random X videos at this stage.
Kat, contribute. This is your channel. This is it. Steve's gone. Steve's gone. That's why Kat just breaks down.
Yep. This is why every woman needs a strong man. Otherwise, it devolves into random X memes.
What are you laughing at, Kat?
Nothing. This is just normal. What?
Just asking. Just asking.
So are we gonna So should I unblock her?
Of course.
Unblock her.
Make memes about them till they cry.
And if she asks
Then
you what
make
happened,
memes
just be
about
like,
them crying.
sorry, I must have done it by accident. Just be like, I didn't realize that I blocked you. It was by accident. Just say that.
Are you friggin' kidding me?
Yeah, just say it was an accident. Don't admit that you blocked her.
But do you think that we should even try to be friends with people who are like brainwashed?
No,
Because
you just expose how stupid they are.
yeah, but I can't deal with it. It's too stressful. It's
Oh
too
my
stressful.
God, you're such a woman.
Text on the screen is stressful.
What? Text?
It's
Yeah,
text
because
on a screen.
yes, hearing bullcrap responses, trying to fight emotions and propaganda with logic and facts. It's just too much stress. I can't do it. So I have decided. I can't do it. I can't. So, and since 90% of all women are super liberal.
The mistake is that you don't need to convert her. You just expose her stupidity. Don't think about converting her. Just anytime she talks shit, explain how stupid she is for believing that shit. That's all you got to do. And then she's going to realize, like, you're not trying to sway her. You're just not accepting her bullshit. Just be like, I don't accept your bullshit. That's all you got to do. Just be like, explain that to me. Why? Get her to do the fucking homework. You don't do the homework for her.
the most powerful word in the English language. 3-letter word. Why?
Yeah, exactly.
I got one who's with me.
There has to be an off ramp, otherwise it'll fall apart. In that situation, to pick up the other one does. What do you mean by off ramp?
Like, just leave her in the dust, bruh. You can't save people. You can't save people. And
That's what I'm saying. You're not supposed to save her.
you can't be
just let
friends
her
with
know.
people.
You just
Or
let her know that there's somebody out there who will not buy their bullshit.
But it's not working. Like, you guys have too much hope. You have too much hope. There's no
Too
hope.
much hope.
There's no hope. There's no hope. I don't know how to tell you this, guys. We're not going to change anybody's mind with logic and facts. There's nothing. You can literally put them in front of something happening and they could see it with their own eyes. And then 10 minutes later, the TV will say, you didn't see that. And they'll be like, look, I didn't see that. And there's nothing you could do about it. It's too late. We cannot save them. They're too far gone. So
Well, I don't block her, and if she started talking shit, I'll say, look, do you know what? All as I know is that I believe one thing politically, you believe another thing politically, and you're the one who needs to take shitloads of meds so that you can function, and I don't.
see, this is why she fights with me, because I'll say shit like that to her. I tell her, why don't you go calm down and take your meds? And then I'm an asshole.
Yeah.
But like,
Just
by
like
that
you
logic, then
realize-
there's no point of having discussion with anybody. Do you know what I mean? It's like, well, like, we won't be able to convince anybody of anything. We're just gonna keep letting them corrupt our youth, teach them that men can be women, all this kind of shit. Can't talk to the kid because the kid's brainwashed. Like, it's this whole thing of like, that's what they want you to do. They want you to just be able to give up. They fuck it, it's not worth it. We have no hope. Do you know what I mean?
I mean,
you can't think
what
that.
about a break-off society? Have we considered a break-off society, right?
Yeah, but by that logic, Viking, it's like, oh well, then why is Fresh and Fit hanging around with DJing women? Why is, like, you know, whatever podcast hanging around DJing women? You know what I mean?
I wouldn't say
What's the
DJ.
proverb?
I would say not.
It is
able
the
to
duty
see
of the
reality.
righteous one. It is the duty of the righteous one to take note of the house of the wicked and bring wicked to ruin. I think it's like Proverbs 19:21 or something like that.
Mm.
It's like, let me pull this up.
Uh-oh. Yeah. See, my kids don't believe in this shit. I've been very good about that. And their friends are very heavily vetted, and their parents of the friends do not believe in this stuff. So we have a nice bubble going on.
Sorry.
Yes.
Proverbs 21:12.
Okay, here we go.
The righteous one takes note of the house of the wicked and brings the wicked to ruin.
Explain it.
The righteous one, if you're righteous, you'll take
Okay.
note of the house of the wicked and you'll bring it to ruin. Like, this is the whole thing that, like, the argument that was used against Andrew Wilson. It's like, oh, you're going on whatever podcast and you're promoting these whores. It's like, no, I'm taking note of these whores, their wickedness, and I'm destroying their fucking arguments.
The only problem that I have is, like, I don't think that's an effective way of doing it, because it's just comical. Like, the whole whatever podcast, it's like it's in a way it's just like stupidly comical. It doesn't really strike me as like this is actually anything serious, and it's such a kind of ineffective way to be dealing with it if that's your genuine goal. I think that you'd need to do it in a way where it's going to be kind of like you're taking out people who are genuine influencers, not just these whores who come on there for promotion, because they still believe that there's this whole thing of like even bad publicity is good publicity. That's why those girls go on that shit. And I think that you'd need to do it on a bigger, more serious platform. Like, I mean, the people who are in this little world, who are in that kind of like area, they think whatever podcasts are on is a big thing. It's a big thing. It's like, no, in the real
Nobody
world,
knows.
nothing. Nobody knows
Yeah.
what the fuck that is, and nobody knows who the fuck Andrew Wilson is.
Mhm.
And I think that if he was doing it on a proper place in a proper world, everyone would actually take stock of that guy, because what Andrew is doing is a good thing. It's just that this isn't the fucking way to do it. It's a waste of energy. Like,
What about that breakaway society that I was talking about? What about if we just go build towards the breakaway society? We can be like the new Amish, but like we can show our ankles. You know what I mean?
well, that's happening to a degree. If you look at the culture war, with regards to the culture war, that stuff's happening already. See, that stuff's happening already. Like, you need to understand that, like, that clip that Tareyak showed, we've
Mhm.
spoken about that so many times. Yuri Bezmenov said this shit like fucking 40 years ago, right? And he died shortly after under pretty sus circumstances. Like, everything that he said was 100% true. Like, 100, there was no lies there whatsoever. And he gets killed for it. And what happens shortly after? Suddenly everybody realized this motherfucker was right. Everything he said was 100% true. And
Yeah, but
and
you
then,
can't just run away from it.
sorry?
You can't just run away from it. Like I said, like when I said destroy, like you might be thinking, oh, like you're shouting down these bitches and all shit. No, that's not what I'm saying. Like basically taking these 20-year-olds that think that like this OnlyFans thing can be an actual career for like multiple decades and all that stuff to say, well, what are you going to do when you're 40 years of age? That's
Yeah.
a way to
They think
destroy
they're
their
going to be
argument.
set by then, though. That's the thing. They think they're going to be set either because of the money they made of it or because of the man they got out of it. Like, these girls are so dumb. They don't even know what an average salary is. So when they're asked, when they're saying this is how much I want my man to make, they don't know what fucking numbers they're saying. They don't know what numbers they're saying at all. They're just pulling this shit out of their ass. They're saying a bigger number than the girl next to them. How much money do you want? Well, I want an extra zero than the one next to me. Like, they don't have any fucking clue how the world works. Most of them have never actually had a fucking job and a salary in their life. Like, it's just whore money that they're making off of like fucking cans. So this is the kind of life that they lead. This is how disconnected from reality they are. But
Yeah,
I mean, like when you put up that clip of Yuri Bezmenov, you need to understand, how is it that they're doing this? Because whenever I show the Yuri Bezmenov clip, I usually also speak about the naked communist, right? Where you see the rules, like the actual goals of communism and how they wanted to destabilize that society, how they brought in all of this stuff that Yuri Bezmenov is speaking about. And when you read that book, it was written by W.C. Skousen, who was an FBI guy who infiltrated the Communist Party, and he basically found out what their goals were to destabilize America. When you look at those goals, it's almost like this guy knew the fucking future. And the book was written about 10 years, if not more, before Yuri Bezmenov did that interview, right? And everything is playing out today. Perversion in art, corrupting the youth through entertainment, right? Promoting homosexuality and deviant behavior, right? All of this stuff was the goals of communism. And they brought all of that into entertainment. Why? Because they knew that the TV is the parent. The TV was the parent in this society now. So this is why entertainment is so huge. This is why Hollywood was making so much money. And it's also why today gaming has overtaken Hollywood as the #1 industry. So you need to understand that when people are talking about TV and culture, most people are like, oh, I don't care about that. I don't really focus much on that. You need to, because this is what is going to destroy your children. TV, video games. That's where it's at. You need to be aware of what's going on in the culture war there, right? You need to understand that. This is why. Get Disney Plus. Get Disney Plus and look at the content that's on there. Why is all of the content that's aimed at kids growing in homosexuality? Everything is massively gay. You get a Disney Plus subscription, you're like, why is there so many gay stories? Why? What's the reason for it? There's a very important reason for it. Read The Naked Communist. and find out why. It's gonna open your eyes.
But this is the thing, like trying to preach someone at someone is rarely ever going to work. So you ask them questions and you have to take them on their logic, and it's like the whole thing of like, who has the power in an interview? Person asking the questions, correct?
Yeah, and they never ask the right ones.
This is the thing. Like all you have to do, like I said, why is one of the best questions. It's the shortest question you can ask. Why? Wow.
Yeah, and this is you know who understands that? Liberals, which is why they structure their questions in a very, very interesting way. Like if you ever ask them, like, you know, like, look, why did you change this character? Why did you race swap the character? Why did you gender swap the character? Why did you make the character gay? Like if I'm watching James Bond and I'm like, why is James Bond a black chick now? Why is James Bond gay? Like people are like, well, there's nothing that says that he can't be. Well, yes, there fucking is. There's the books, right? But oh yeah, but like, you know, like what? Why does it bother you? And it's like, yes, this is what they do. They like beating you to the punch. The question to ask back when they say, well, why does it bother you if he's gay? Why does it bother you if he's black? Why does it bother you if he's a woman? Just be like, why does it bother you that he's not? Like they always act like, well, what's the big deal? Sorry. They're after me because I'm telling the truth. So when they say to you, like, why is it such a big deal? Come on, why is it such a... Well, hang on a second. You made a character who is known for being like a seducer, who is known for like sleeping with women all the time and being surrounded by beautiful women. You know that you've picked this character who's very, very well known for being heterosexual, and you made him gay. And then your question to me is, why is it a big deal? Why was it a big fucking deal to you? No, you don't be afraid of asking why back, because what a lot of these people do when they like to push bullshit ideas is they like to beat you to the punch. They like to accuse you of being the racist first. They like to accuse you of being the homophobe first. They like to accuse you, but you should be like, oh, well, we race swapped this character, and like if you don't like it, you're a racist. No, you're the racist. You're the racist because you couldn't create an original character for your minority audiences. You had to give them the older brothers hand-me-downs. You took shit from one person, you gave it to another. You passed off some weak, lazy, unoriginal attempt as an original product to win over a new audience instead of giving them something original and unique. You're the fucking racist. You made a half-assed attempt to win over a new audience. You're the fucking racist.
Just
they will always attack you with what they're fucking doing. So flip it back on them.
Yeah, but and like I said, it's like the simple response I would say is that that's not an answer to my question. I'm just questioning. You know what I mean? It's like with Socrates, like he pissed off so much people off. Do you know what I mean? Just to get the Viking as well. It's like I never said that she should be friends with this woman. I just said she should unblock her. That's the one that said it was her friend, quote unquote. And then he says, "Is it known that the RP that you'll hang around with too many losers, you will become just like them. Hang around with mostly winners, become more like them." Again, you're conflating the terminology here, Viking. It's like that's the one that said friend, but when she says friend, it's like the typical womanese. She doesn't actually mean friend. It basically means like someone she knows. Someone she knows. Okay. But it's also like I said, like this whole thing of like using that as market research as like a standard. Okay, what would a liberal say? Oh, I'll text this bitch. You know what I mean? And then like I said, like the questions are like Socrates got put to death because he asked too many questions. He was corrupting the mind of the youth and disbelieving in the gods. But all he would do is he just like ask people about their logic, and he eventually gets to a stage where they can't explain it, and then they get frustrated because they understand how stupid they are, and that's why Socrates is famously with the expression, "The only thing I know is that I know nothing," and he was like one of the greatest philosophers, and he was willing to admit his own shortcomings in that sense that he doesn't know everything. All he does is he questions. Like that's what he was famous for, and that's what I think we need more of. We need more questioning. And then once you find out the people who don't want you questioning shit, those people are typically the bad guys. You know what I mean? So an example that Daemon said, it's like you respond back with a question, but then it's just going to keep leading the question. It's like, well, can you answer my question? I just want to know why. Why are you taking like James Bond and making a black female. Like, why? And it's like, why does that bother you? It's like, that's not answering my question. I just want to know why. And you keep hitting them back with that whole thing of like, we will not move forward in this conversation until you answer that question. And they eventually get to the thing where they can't answer it. Because essentially they say, oh, well, we want to propagandize the youth, essentially. You know what I mean?
Okay, so my brother has a friend that's super liberal, right? And it's kind of like every 4 years for when there's an election, they get activated, right? So my brother's friend, who's not even like my friend, doesn't even have my phone number or anything, goes to my brother and say, hey, we should call your sister, right? To pretend like, oh, just want to make sure everything's okay for the hurricane, right? But then it quickly goes to Trump's a piece of crap. How could you vote for him? You don't believe in facts. And blah, 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 all this bull crap. And then it turns into me and him fighting, and my brother there like, why did you make me call her so you could start attacking her?
Yeah.
But again, like the key terminology here is like, was it someone that your brother knew, or was it an actual like a friend of your brother's?
This little kid grew up with him since they were like babies.
But like, would they be friends? Because like,
Yeah,
there's people I
they're
know.
like BFFs. They are BFFs.
Yeah. So then again, when they make statements like, okay, Trump is a fascist or whatever, they're like, why would you even vote for him? It's like, well, why do you think Trump is a fascist? That'd be the first question. And they say, because, and then they kind of go, okay, what? And then you go back to, okay, let's go to the first rule of logic. Let's identify what fascist actually means. Can you give me an example of when he was a fascist? This is how you start to pick apart their arguments. You just dissect it with all these questions.
I need him to call. Because if I just have you guys on so you can hear, you'll be like, okay, they don't understand. Like, they are not living in reality. They don't hear the words coming out of your mouth. They just repeat whatever the TV told them to, like whatever catchphrase is. Like, you'll hear it on the TV, you'll hear it in the media, and then they'll just repeat that to you. And then when you ask them logic about it, they repeat another catchphrase on a different subject. And you can't
But
bring
the
them
thing
back.
is that when Tareyak said earlier on, when we were talking about Yuri Bezmenov, when he was saying about like, but these people are so brainwashed, right? And when you said like, oh, but it's not, you've got no hope. It's different to brainwashing, right? If you look at the technical definition of brainwashing, it's slightly different.
You need a brain, yes.
Today, well, no, but what these people are doing today, right, is it's like self-policing, right? They've become so proficient, amazingly proficient at doing this kind of Orwellian doublethink, right? Where they have this, like, in 1984, where you have that, you're programmed to, as a regular human being with a brain in your head, to know what reality is, and you develop at the age of like between the ages of like 4 years old to 8 years old, you develop that critical brain filter so that you know what truth is and you question what doesn't make sense. But they've developed this kind of Orwellian ability to accept a lie, a complete untruth, whilst at the same time knowing what the reality is. And they kind of like constantly keep the cognitive dissonance at bay whilst being able to practice this doublethink. And they do it so well. They will 100% be a straight guy that's married to a woman who's heterosexual, but at the same time accept that a man can become a woman at the drop of a hat and believe that that is now 100% a real woman.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing that I've not seen, which I've joked about quite a few times that I'd love to see, is for somebody to actually say to one of these straight guys who's a trans ally, right? If that's a woman, go eat her vagina right now.
Oh my God.
No, 100%. Dead serious. I want to see somebody do that.
I'd love
Why
to
would
see
you
a
want to see
politician. No, because I'd love to see a politician campaigning for
politician
trans
go
rights.
and you? Oh
No, no, no.
no! Oh
A politician campaigning for trans rights, right? Who's saying that, like, yes, trans women are women, right? 100% trans women are women. And a single politician, a young guy, an up and comer who wants to kind of like build his career on this. And then you say, okay, go down on her. Prove it. You know, put your virtue where your mouth is. Let's see that. Let's see you go
Look,
down on that trans
okay,
woman. Prove what an ally
ha-
you
okay.
are.
Have
Let's
we
see you do it.
learned nothing from Epstein and Diddy? These people will do anything.
Yeah, I know. But the thing is that it will be whether or not they do it. You will know there is no straight man out there that is going to eat out a trans woman and be able to keep a straight face. There's no straight man out there that would do it.
Okay.
Because even if I told somebody to do that and they do it as a got ya kind of thing, and they think, haha, I got you now, I did it, I'll just be like, well,
Look,
well
they don't
done.
care. You
Huh?
think they care. They don't care.
No, but now you could just be like, well done, now you're gay. You didn't
They
prove
don't
anything.
care. They don't
You
think
didn't.
there's anything wrong.
Here would be my questions, like, how does a doctor determine whether or not a kid growing up, like, let's say, for example, a woman is a tomboy or is actually a trans man?
Yeah, exactly.
How are you able to differentiate that? And that's why I
Exactly.
said it's questionable stuff. Also, just to point out, because the comments on screen with Viking, it's like, like, by your like, because you were saying earlier on, it's like, oh, because she's hanging around these people, she's then going to become a loser. Then by that definition, Fresh and Fit constantly hanging around with these hoes would then become losers. It doesn't make any sense. Like I said, you do this market research, you're going to have to engage with these people eventually because you live in the same country. You know what I mean? This whole thing of like, I'm just going to block anyone who disagrees with me. That's how you end up in an echo chamber. But like I said, back to the point
I
as
like
well.
that.
You basically end up in terms of this whole you need to get like the right questions, because the questions are the ones that it basically destroys the logic. It gets to a point where they actually they don't have an answer, and that's what makes them look stupid, because they're like, look, I actually haven't thought about this deep enough. Do you know what I mean? And that's why like I like the whole when I first came on and stuff, the questions that you're asking yourself, and you're stepping the same river twice. Do you know what I mean? A lot of people is like give it no thought and they say, yeah, of course, but they don't put in the in-depth thinking of, well, the river is constantly changing, and once they step in it the second time, it's technically not the same river. You know what I mean? So it's like I said, it's like getting people to think, and less of this NPC culture where we're just going to regurgitate whatever we hear on the TV. You know what I mean? Because to what Damon was saying, it's like it's basically brainwashing that's going on. But the way to break the brainwashing is to ask the questions.
Yeah, you need to ask those questions. You need to ask the right ones. And like, I mean, the only thing that I can get why Kat would have blocked the person. One of the things, like, I know that a lot of people have lost respect for Ben Shapiro, but the guy is, I'm sorry, but the guy is a fucking genius when it comes to this kind of stuff, especially debating the left. And in that book where he talks about how to debate and destroy the left, he says like the only time where it's effective, or the only time where it's worth like debating them, is you do it in public and you embarrass them in front of everyone. Like doing it one-on-one is like, you're not going to change minds. That's why I said to Kat, like, it's not about changing her mind. When you unblock her, if you engage with her, don't think you're going to change her mind. All you got to do is let her know that she's not going to change yours, and that's going to infuriate her. And the more she's trying to do that, because they are useful idiots. They're the ones that they're programmed to go out there and try and sway people, shame people into not voting for the guy that they don't like, or convince them to vote for their person. When you stand there and you're like this kind of stalwart, I'm not going to change my mind, right? That shit is what destroys them. That shit, literally, it gets under their skin so much they can't fucking handle it. So that's all you got to do is, bitch, you ain't changing my mind.
So should
Or
I
your brother's friend who was like, how can you vote for Trump? Just be like, because he's a real man. That's why. Like, and a little bitch boy like you wouldn't understand that, you nutless fuck. Like,
And
that's all you've got to fucking do. Are you going to vote for Kamala? What kind of pussy are you? Like,
just for example, to show you how this works as well. Like, for example, like Viking's latest thing. How does it prove your point, Viking?
Oh my goodness.
You
sorry,
see how
what?
easy it is? Like, so for example, like Viking Paradigm made the assertion that using fresh and fit here makes my point more than yours. How does it make your point more than mine?
Okay, look, that is just,
and it boosts engagement too. You know what I'm saying?
Lord have mercy. Okay, so what we're
Gotta get those engagement numbers up. Those are rookie numbers.
okay. So Stephen, what are your thoughts on should I block her or not, and why?
I don't
think okay. My thoughts. You don't want me to block her because you like looking at her boobs. Be honest.
that might. I mean, she also is a good conversationalist. We have a good time when she's around. We have him over. Yes, there is some great tracts of land that I can gaze upon from the corner of my eye.
You see, he's just like, just put up with her.
She's not always this way. You've known her a long time. You know that she goes a little bit off the rails, and then she steers back on, whether it's because her husband starts talking to her and other people start talking sense into her, or her hormones get more regulated.
Oh my God.
So it's not, this isn't the way she always is. She's not one of those completely toxic people.
So just like
if she were toxic, I would say yes, eliminate.
Okay. Was there ever any person that you told me to eliminate?
You eliminated them before I said
okay,
anything.
but did it happen before?
It did happen before.
You don't remember anybody's names, do you?
You want me to say the name?
Just tell me so I know that you know. I just want to know, like.
Starts with a Y.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, you didn't say anything about that.
I didn't need to. You talked yourself into it. It was
great.
Yeah, that was nuts.
Usually having someone else come to the conclusion is better than you telling them to come to the conclusion.
Yeah.
They always make a better decision in their mind.
Oh, anyways. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's worth hanging out with her just so you can look at her every now and then.
But do we or do we not have a good time when we hang out with them? Yes or no?
This is so far past what I'm saying. It's like this is people you know. You just talking about like hanging out with them, going to dinner with them. That's fucked up, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
We have a good time.
I would use these people as market research. That's what I'm talking about.
And yes, I mean, she could be good practice if you can win her over.
Yeah, there's no way in hell you can move that.
I wouldn't try.
Mountain.
I mean, there's no point. It's a waste of time. But there's all kinds of other things you talk about. I mean, you
got nothing.
You have the Sims thing.
Okay, so we talk about a video game.
And you wanted her to come on some of the podcasts.
She has never come on. She said she won't. And you can't even use her cuteness because she won't get on camera.
Well, she could do it from the neck down. There's Daemon from the waist down, and then there's her from the neck down.
Sounds like a beautiful match made in heaven.
Yeah.
That'd be very cute, but it'll never happen.
You call her valleys.
Call it puppy love.
Good God. So yeah,
well, if you put her from the neck down and mine from the waist down, that would be a tit wank. So
yeah,
not bad.
It would be good.
Okay.
It would be good television. I think everyone would be happy. And then occasionally she'll just
on her
go off the rail. And she's not a horrible person. She is.
How about this one? Answer this honestly. Honest.
No liberal can help with a flat tire.
Ran out of gas. I mean,
no,
yeah. If we were in the, but she doesn't
No.
drive, so
She can't even drive.
Can't drive. It's a problem.
She can't drive.
If we were down the street, yes.
Wow. If we're 2 seconds from her house, baby. And
She
that's
would
a
help.
if.
No, she would help, but she is highly limited in what she can do. She would be, yes, dead weight. That's what you're trying to get at?
Yes, we
Or-
cannot survive the apocalypse with this person.
There are not very many
Well, she would be
people that
food.
we can trust to
Yeah.
have her back.
Yeah.
She ran out of food.
We're
You
eating
full
her.
of Haiti.
I'm gonna eat that expensive cat of hers though first.
Oh my God.
It's gonna be tasty.
Yeah, I just
they
picture
can,
Steven like
yeah.
tying her up and then like just like spit roasting the fucking cat over an open fire. It's like, I want you to see this bitch before I eat you. This is what's gonna happen to you, bitch.
There'd be a lot of hormones in that meat though.
Oh yeah. We couldn't eat her.
Yeah, I'd start getting bitch tits, and
No. Mm-mm.
we could use
Well,
her
you
for
could leave her out
milk.
to I was gonna say you could leave her out to like, you know, to fend off the other animals.
Oh
You could-
yeah,
you
especially
you basically would break one of her ankles,
You
and
don't need
she's
to.
the one that you outrun.
you could outrun her easily.
Yeah, that'd be.
You don't need to break the ankles.
Mhm.
No, but you just do it for fun anyway.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but we do have like a
Like,
few friends left.
that
Like
would
the-
change the tire or give
outran
us
her
gas.
naturally, if you outran her naturally, she might just think, "Oh shit, they were faster than me." But with a broken ankle, you're like, "No, I want you to know that we wanted this from the start. This is the outcome that we planned for."
Intentional, bitch.
Yeah,
God.
this was just ill fortune. This was completely 100% planned for.
Change the
Yeah,
tire.
like Viking
And when
kind of
she's
says
getting
that.
chewed
But
on, when
Viking,
she's
for
getting
example,
chewed
Viking, right? Myron is friends with Destiny, isn't he? Destiny's a cook coomer. Left wing fucking propagandist, basically. Said that the Trump people deserve to get shot. But Myron keeps having him on the show, keeps having these debates.
You see, she would be
You know what I'm
entertaining.
saying? That's what I'm saying. Like it's like what value do you get out of the person? If there's a bitch on the show and all she's doing is just screaming into the mic, she's not adding conversation. Yeah, kick her off. Yeah, 100%. But like I said, it's what you want to get out of it. And what Steve was saying is like, if you come at it from, or Daemon was like, if you come at it, whereas this bitch ain't going to convince me shit, but I can use this bitch of like, what questions does she stumble on? Okay, I throw out these questions. She tries to answer them or stumbles on them. Now I know these are good questions to ask lefties and liberals. It's the value that you get out of it. This whole thing of like the friend thing, that's a misnomer. Like, we're just saying to unblock her. We're not saying to be bestos. We're not saying to have dinner with her or like, you know,
Sorry,
fucking hang out
Steven.
with this bitch.
Well, then what's the point? Block the bitch. We can have dinner, and I can't, have a little.
Wow. Wow.
I'm joking.
Used.
I'm joking.
Modern Life Dating mentioned Nazi UFOs. We spoke about that last week. I don't know if he saw the show.
He doesn't watch our show.
You should watch it. We spoke about the Nazi UFOs. We went into depth about it. It was awesome. It was such a great stream. Kat got her panties in a bunch because we used the F word. You're not allowed to use it. Even though
freedom.
we used it. We used it for what it was. We used it to describe a bunch of sticks, which is what, Stephen? What is it? A bunch of sticks? What's the word for it?
It starts with
You
the
can do
F.
it, Stephen.
No, you're not allowed to say that. No.
You are.
No,
You are.
and no.
You're allowed to say it.
No,
Bunch
we're
of
not
sticks.
allowed. No, we're not allowed to say that stuff. You're gonna be good children.
So we said
okay.
that word. Kat
Well-
got all emotional about it.
Okay, Tareyak, bring up the map.
So it's on
No,
Rumble.
do not
It's
bring
on
the map
Rumble.
up. We're not doing this every week.
It's on Rumble. We went into super depth about it. The Ariane, Admiral
Ariana
Byrd,
Grande.
the
Lord
Hollow
have
Earth,
mercy.
the Nazi ships, which were, I believe they weren't Nazi UFOs, even though they had swastikas on them. I think it was Ariane UFOs. I think it was their tech. And it was awesome. It was a great episode, the best episode that Kat ever did, and she fucking self-censored.
Okay, so
Like a
he has
puss.
a map up. We don't have to read the map.
Yeah,
You
this
can-
is
you can
Faggot
read it in
Hill.
your
It's
head.
in County Cork, Ireland.
Beautiful. We're not allowed to talk about this.
It's a map. We're talking about a map.
Pretty sure.
And it's a hill that's man-made. Is that correct, Tareyak? It's built on the corpses of fudgebackers.
Man-made by man's hand.
Back when Ireland was basically that they had this idea of that those people weren't allowed to continue, so they just built the landscape out of them.
Now there's a river beside Faggot Hill that's called River Glash Hobby. Can you step into River Glash Hobby, the same River Glash Hobby twice? I would argue no, because it's constantly changing.
What if it's frozen?
Oh my God.
Some
That's
people
your
would say
thing.
that you can't step into it once because it's a violent act of homophobia to do so. It's a hate crime to step anywhere near Faggot Hill.
Beautiful.
The more
They're
you
going to
know.
make their own rainbow flag that says "Don't step on me."
Unless I ask you.
We can't say "Don't step on me." It's too on the nose.
There goes this stream.
Stop talking about
There were things that we didn't talk about with the Nazi UFOs.
No, we didn't. We don't need to. We're done.
Der Kliger.
Were they gas powered?
Do you want me to bring up the Hitler speech?
No, they were.
Why can't I bring up the speech?
They were fueled by the Jews.
Jesus.
It's not like he's speaking German. It's translated into English. You know what I mean?
You know that stuff you put in a glass?
Help us all.
Yes.
Yeah, juice.
Juice.
That's how it was powered.
Freshly squeezed
Whoa,
juice.
whoa. Hang on a second. We can bring up that, but we can't talk about what he actually said. That's fucked up.
No. Okay, we're gonna move on. Anyways, and some people did mention that the translation that you played was a fake one.
Who said that?
I don't know. Some German people reached out, supposedly claiming to be German, and saying that's a fake translation.
Yeah. Okay, I want names, Ka.
That's fake news.
Did they provide a better translation?
No, they just said this is a fake translation, and I did not care to ask more questions.
This is what I'm saying.
There you go. There's the investigative reporter and full effects right there. Proud to work with you, Kat.
That's what I'm saying. Simple questions destroy arguments. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, well, what is the actual translation? Where exactly is it mistranslated? Etc. Very easy to destroy people's arguments.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Hold on.
Kat's conveniently ignoring the chat where people have been talking about how Steve looks like a 70s porn star. Steve, so next week, can you grow a little really thin, like pencil thin mustache for next week?
I could. What if I just draw it in?
No, don't. We want to see.
It has to be real.
We want to see. Yeah, it has to be real. And if it's the same salt and pepper as your hair.
Is it going to be like this? You want me to do just
No.
this?
No. A whole pencil thin one, like really suave.
Like just at the very end? Yeah.
No. Like all across, and then during the stream.
How about
during
like
the
here?
stream, you can shave the sides and just leave the little middle bit.
Just shave the sides on stream.
Yeah, on stream.
What is he doing? He's shaving.
And then we can have like
TV,
70s porn star Hitler.
Good God. Have you thought of going blonde?
You got to do that. You got to do that, and we can play 70s porn music whilst you're shaving it. and then like but just like the really, really bad Euro porn kind of music.
Oh.
And you can be like, hey guys, I'm going to get my Holocaust on. You know, just be like, yeah.
It's going to
have
be
fun.
good. It's going to be a hot, fun time.
Yeah.
Okay, so the topic for next week, we should do something fun.
Aliens?
No, we already did it.
Aliens.
We
No
already
aliens.
did aliens. Oh, just say what you want to say about
aliens.
Okay, just
Nazi aliens. That's what we're gonna do.
Oh my god. Just say what you want to say now about your Nazi aliens.
I did not see it coming.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah, okay, so just say your
Actually,
beliefs on
technically, that'd be a blind Nazi alien.
If it was Nazi aliens, you know that their camps would just be so much fun.
It'd be a freak off.
They would. It would. They would have fun with it.
Just piles of people.
Beautiful.
What do we think in terms of like general topics? Like, I'm thinking like we go more in depth of the what was it Yahtzee Bergenov or whatever the fuck his name is, Bumlad Burzhanov,
Yuri Bezmenov.
Yuri Bezmenov.
This looks weird. Do you think this looks weird?
It's like some sort of satanic ritual
But
using.
we need to next week Nazi aliens.
But you don't think this is weird?
Oh God, Kat, after the Olympics, nothing fucking surprises me anymore.
That was ridiculous.
Tareyak, Nazi aliens, yes?
We're not talking about Nazi aliens. We don't even
Yes, we
know
are.
anything about them.
Yes,
This
we'll
is censorship, Ka. Censorship is wrong.
Nobody knows anything about them, Kat. This is why it's a good topic to cover, because we're going to be the authority. We'll be the first people coming in with it. We'll give you the first news.
Okay, fine. So then next week we're just gonna do a whole stream making up shit about Nazi aliens.
If we were making up, that would be simple. We have to do hard research. No chat GPT.
How can you do hard research on something where there's no information?
Hello, it's called investigative journalism, Kat. We're going to dig deep.
Exactly.
We're going to
Market
find
research.
it. We're going to find there has to be some info. Look, we know about aliens. We know about Nazis. We know about gay people. All we've got to do is find the link. Okay? We know how they would behave. If we were making this shit up, it would be easy to make it up. That's too easy. We can't do that. Like Tareyak, you know, I know. If we were making shit up about Nazi aliens, like the first thing, we know how the conversations would go. You're like, imagine you were doing an interview with a Nazi alien. You're like, oh well, like, you know, tell me about the Third Reich. They'll be like, oh, you know, well, there's 1 Reich, 2 Reichs, 3 Reichs. We need to think about Reichs as a spectrum. There's more than just 1, 2, or 3. There's like we know how that fucking liberal shit would go, but we have to.
I really think you would Reich it.
Yeah, you'd Reich it.
You go to Rikers prison.
Oh my gosh, guys.
You would Reich it 3 times.
Reich or Reich? What's not to Reich?
To Reich or not to Reich?
That is the question.
See, Kat, we're coming up with questions, and you're saying that there's nothing got to do with this Nazi aliens. I mean, come on. There's nothing online about aliens. What's that, Kat?
See, Kat, the thumbnail for next week, right? I want this picture, right? But instead of the peace sign, I want him giving a Nazi salute. Just a little smidge of a Hitler tash on him as well.
The good thing about aliens is they don't have any body hair.
Well, this one will. We'll have a little Hitler tash.
Well, or maybe it could be something that's stuck to the upper lip.
A little bit of shit.
Oh, God. Okay.
Dirty Sanchez? Is that what it's called?
Yeah. He went down with a rusty sheriff's badge.
Look. Oof. Okay, how do I use Grok? Is it free?
Grok?
I don't know.
Got it. Okay, so.
Dear Mr. AI, please do me an image of a Nazi alien.
Nazi.
Who is also homosexual.
Gay
So doing a Hitler salute.
How do you say that? What is it called? Goose step or something?
Goose
No,
How do you spell that? How do you spell
that's
like what do you
marching.
how do you say that?
It's the Nazi salute.
Salute? Is that
Yes.
okay?
Oh.
And now you're going to get a message. Thank you. Your request has been flagged to the FBI.
But you need to put with the dirty Sanchez.
Yeah, Kat, you need to show us. You need to show us.
Okay, hold on. This is crazy.
I bet this is going to be so unimpressive. No.
Yes.
Okay, now put it.
Send me a link.
I love that the only thing that it did to try and show that it's gay is put the rainbow flag in the background.
That's all you need, homie.
What's the Nazi thing?
I don't
What's
know
the
what it's
thing to
called.
signify that it's Nazi? No, because you requested Nazi gay alien. Where's the Nazi part?
It's at the beginning. Nazi.
No,
gay
but
alien
where
doing
in the
salute.
image, how can you tell that they're Nazis?
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, they didn't put a swastika. They put something else. I don't know what that is.
It's beautiful. This is gorgeous. I think this.
But no, he's right.
You
How
need
do
to
you
touch
know
it up.
that
You need
it's
to touch it up in
Okay,
Photoshop.
hold on.
Ah, you can't do it. It's not letting me generate the image.
Why?
what did you put? Dirty
that-
Sanchez?
I said, make a picture of a gay alien Nazi in uniform doing a Nazi salute, and it says answer. Unfortunately, I can't generate that kind of image.
Fucking fag.
Oh, no, you could have it do it in a German uniform.
Can you say German uniform?
Okay.
Please
hold on.
create for me a gay alien, a gay alien wearing a Hugo Boss suit. Oh, what's that, Tareyak?
What is this? This is not like it at all.
Well, he's
How-
got that
how is-
smoldering eye like he's been run through.
What are we doing with our lives now?
Yes.
Galians. Yeah, Viking, please state my case, what I was trying to make.
Oh,
what
gosh.
was the point that I was trying to make?
You're still going?
Well, you guys were advocating for you and Daemon both were advocating that Kat still like not block this girl to be like friendly with her and maybe try to like red pill her wisely if you can.
Never said friendly.
That's what the whole point that Daemon was going on about is like trying to like you don't have to like try and like argue with her, but every once in a while like that's what we give guys advice on like how to actually red pill your friends if you want to try. It takes time. Like it can only be when they ask questions like that. So it's good advice. I'm not saying the advice is bad, but the thing is that you're talking about somebody that Kat's saying that she's deemed as woke. Her husband seems to not have an issue with her blocking this person, so they clearly know more about this, and they got the right to control their circle of friends.
It was a good time. Steven was actually saying one step further than what me and Damon was saying. He's like, no, this is actually good crack to be around, like, like to hang out with.
My main point was that blocking somebody is just an L move.
Because it's rage quitting. It's a
It's
sign of
just blocking
weakness.
somebody is just like it just shows that like you can't handle them. I mean, I never blocked anyone.
The MLD's in chat. If you're in chat, I guarantee that MLD would agree with me if this woman is taxing your mental bandwidth and causing you to get stressed out and think about shit you don't need to be thinking out that's negative, get that shit out of your life.
I think that
MLD talks about this all the time. Like that's an educated choice. You're
I'm
not
just
just
saying that-
banning this woman willy-nilly. You're doing it for a good reason.
I just
am I
think
wrong?
that anyone who gets mentally taxed and stressed out by messages that you can ignore is just kind of weak. I don't think anybody should be that weak to the point where you block them.
She's a woman.
You just
Wow.
And we're
I
trying to
mean-
make her stronger. We're trying to make her stronger. She's
You need to be a better.
You're
person
trying
by
to
this
give
time in your
manly
life.
advice to a woman, so I mean, this is why I have such objections. And then Taryak's trying to use fresh and fit. It's just like, dude, he's
because Fresh and Fit, for example, is
fucking
friends.
White Castle. He is
Fresh-
famous for kicking
Fresh-
girls
yeah,
off and
Fresh-
banning
Fresh-
them permanently from the
Fresh-
show.
Fresh
And
is friends with
he
Destiny.
comes across as a
He's
weak
literally
bitch. When he
Destiny
does
is
that.
like the
and
complete
Destiny
opposite
is
of
an
what-
outlier, and a negative example can still be a good
Okay,
example, but once again,
so-
selectively.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, but like Fresh would even go one step further and say, "Oh no, we consider Destiny a friend, even though he's a cook."
So that's because he's actually respectful.
So
very simple. He has manners and qualities that make it where he can be friends with them because he
But
might be a degenerate
Destiny-
in the bedroom or whatever, but he's not doing that,
Destiny
rubbing it in their
preaches a
faces,
message
and he's
that's
just having
countering.
disagreements.
Sorry, Viking. Sorry to cut you off. Tareyak, get that same picture, but with those guys touching or kissing.
You can't get the same picture because it's AI. It's just automatic. It's
Oh,
constantly turning out new
shit.
shit. You know what I mean? It's like the whole kind of stepping in the river twice. But yeah, back to your point. It's like the reason why you're trying to say it's an outlier is because it disproves the whole thing of like, oh, like you can never talk to these people because they can't be convinced.
I
Like,
never
for example,
said
like Myron
that. I never said that. I
Yeah,
said
now we're
that
getting somewhere.
Kat is selectively kicking this girl out of her life because she wants to, and she's deemed it wise. Her husband agrees with her, so you guys disagreed with her choice of doing that. I think is unwise use of your time and her time to even be talking to you about it.
No, because like I said, you can get value out of it. And like Stephen went one further and said he actually enjoys hanging out with her.
To be fair, Viking, these 4 hours on a Saturday are an unwise use of Tareyak and mine's time anyway. So, like, there's no skin off our noses for this. but we're trying to get things back on topic. Viking, gay Nazi aliens, thoughts?
I mean, if you're into that sort of thing.
We want some deep, heavy probing.
I hear some people are into that.
Let's experiment.
I've met some wild characters, but I haven't met anybody that's into the aliens or the tentacle stuff yet. But who knows? Maybe in the future.
How much worse would getting anally probed by aliens be?
It depends
if
on the
they
probe.
were also Nazis.
Wait a second.
Like,
change the Nazis to communist. See what it puts out.
Hold on. We're trying to get a good image. This is going to be the how is this the line?
No,
I think that the Nazi uniform is banned.
Again.
But you could do gay Nazi aliens in uniform. That's fine. Oh, now it's trying to be like banning everything I want to do. Okay, what did you want to do?
Change Nazi to communist.
Gay communist.
This would be so funny if it actually like just puts in like these people with the blue hair and all this shit.
Can you do one for me?
Yeah, you need like a what's it called?
Can you just give it the prompt?
This is good. This is good.
Just give it as a prompt, right? Just ask it to do Michelle Obama as a man.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not gonna have like.
Go on, just do it.
Nope.
Just do it.
Mama.
I want to see if it
That's
looks.
just a
any
regular
different.
photo of it.
I want to see if it looks any different to Michelle Obama.
Oh,
Just do
stop.
Michelle Obama as a man.
All right. Well, if that's everything, I'm just gonna go back to the pay-per-view I was watching with my friends.
Oh, come on, we're having a good.
Yes, yes, yes. Oh my God! There you go. Clip that, please, Tareyak. Clip that and put that up on X. Put that up everywhere with the command prompt, and everything. Put that up.
All right.
Has to
Have
be
fun,
done.
kids. I'll see you around.
Take it easy, Viking.
Take care, Viking.
Do you want my one? Just basically gave me a picture of Obama.
This is great, though.
I knew that was gonna happen.
Okay.
It even says at the bottom, I generated an image with the prompt Michelle Obama as a man. It even says it at the bottom, and it's just what we see.
Can I send this to my liberal friend?
Send it to your liberal friend. Thank you. I'm gonna take a bow and I'm gonna go. That's it for me. Oh God. Can we end it on that? I think that's the perfect way to end the stream.
Yes. This is this has been very enlightening. I learned a lot of things, and I think we're all better people now after this stream.
Are we?
We're kinder. We're more like compassionate. We have grown.
Compassionate
Yes,
for each
we've
other
we've
or
we've grown.
someone else?
We've grown as people in the last few hours, and I'm just very proud to know all of you and to see your growth.
From the waist down.
Are you unburdened? Are you unburdened by what has been as well?
Yes, we are
Unburdened by what has been.
What's her name?
I feel like we've grown as well. Like, you know, I feel like we started off growing up in a working class family where we just cared about our front garden or whatever. Like, oh, Kamala has it. Yeah. Not much difference.
This is beautiful. Believe, if you want to send me a link, you have to do it in a private message. I cannot copy this. But anyways, this is beautiful too. Is there anyone? Joe Biden as a PDF file.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know. Obviously, but that would be funny. Anyway.
Or Joe Biden awake, she doesn't sleep.
Hold on. How do you say it?
E-N. No.
What? What is this?
Huh? That's odd.
Huh? Weird.
Probably associating alert with news, and it's just like taking that as Joe Biden news, and it's just giving you the most recent news of Joe Biden.
The hell?
You say make a picture of Joe Biden awake.
Look, it says you're not allowed to do it. Wow.
No, it's not saying you can't do it. Just say make a picture of Joe Biden awake.
Joe Biden awake before he was president.
Yeah, you need to do the prompt, make a picture.
Joe Biden sniffing a little female alien.
What? Oh my gosh.
I love how even in the picture of Joe Biden awake, the AI can't make his eyes look open. Artificial intelligence, show me my president looking awake. No, sorry, I can't do that.
Huh? What is...
Got him.
This is not a weird gay alien Nazi. Maybe the AI knows something we don't.
Most of the time when we've been asking for aliens, it's just been regular people. A lot of time.
And what do you think that means?
Yeah, the AI knows aliens are real. They look like us.
Did we unlock the actual secrets?
I think we did. So we're gonna do next week we're gonna do something serious. I feel like we're gonna help society. So we need to look at you, buddy. We're
gonna help society, so we need to expose gay Nazi aliens.
From the waist down.
That's what we're gonna do.
She was Joe Biden.
It's beautiful.
Kind of looks like a penis for a head.
I kind of like the face though.
I
It
don't know
looks
what
like
your
a
penis
friendly
looks
lizard.
like, but
Oh my gosh. Wow. This is creepy. Kind of looks like Joe Biden and W mixed.
It looks like Joe Biden is actually happy.
Mm.
Kind of looks a little bit racist. He's trying to do Asian eye.
Nope, not allowed to do this. Mm-hmm.
I think it's because trannies is technically a hate word.
Demon, Nazi, aliens.
Picture Joe Biden. It's like, I know it.
That's cute. I like it. Oh, this is great. Can I put a picture of myself and like they give me some, what's it called? What is this?
Guys, I'm gonna have to go. It's like 5 o'clock in the morning.
Okay,
Oh,
go to
God,
bed. Go to
yes.
bed. Good night, guys.
Good night.
It's been
Well,
fun. You
Guten
guys have a
Abend.
good night. And we will see you. And Believe in Yourself has put some photos in the Discord. Make sure you join the Discord. And there's one of Tareyak vaping that is generated by Grok. It's a freaking perfect likeness. If you want my opinion, it is spot on and it's gorgeous. So give it a look and have a good night, everyone.